Ask that folks please take your seats. Good evening, happy Monday. We're going to bring this meeting to order. And before we call the meeting to order, I would like to read the city's land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Quiche peoples. I'm calling the May 19th, 2025 City Council meeting to order. It is 6:01 p.m. Will Ali Lakostravi please come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ali. City Clerk, maybe, yes, please. Good job. Great job. City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Heng.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Here.
Mayor Byers.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, may we please hear a report of the closed session agenda?
Yes, hi, good evening. The City Council convened a closed session that began at 5:30 this evening. There was no members of the public here to speak on the agenda item. The City Council discussed one piece of existing litigation and took no reportable action. The closed session concluded around 5:50 p.m. That concludes my report.
We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes from staff on the agenda tonight?
Mayor, the only change that staff is requesting is that item E3 be heard before item E2. So we would move the organizational structure update and approval of organizational chart, adding 10 full-time equivalent positions and the fiscal year 25-26 citywide salary schedule above the commission and advisory board appointments and reappointments.
That sounds great. Are there other changes from my colleagues? Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you. First, I just have a structural one. I was wondering if we could move E2 to right before the public hearings just to get it done.
I'm happy to make that happen, City
Just
Clerk.
so people aren't waiting till, although our mayor will run a very efficient meeting, you know, if it goes long, we
So
don't need to worry
E2
about
before the public hearings?
it. Yeah.
We can do that.
I'm not sure I'm ready for all of them. I'm ready for most of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Other changes?
Yeah, may I keep going, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay. I was wondering if we could move item F6, the levy of annual assessment for Santa Monica Boulevard maintenance bid for 2025-2026 to consent. Okie dokie.
Yep.
Is there interest to move F5 to consent? That's the annual report of the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District and adoption. Yes. Is there consent to move forward with the F4, the design district one? Yes.
Yes.
To consent, yes, sorry, I should say, I didn't say where it was gonna go. I was wondering if F3, the Story Corps oral history project could be moved to consent?
Yes.
And then I was gonna ask if we could move, I'm sorry, I forgot actually, one, F9, the non-discrimination ordinance to protections to diverse family and relationship structures.
Thank you.
That's all I had, Madam Mayor.
Any other changes to the agenda? Okay. We have a motion to approve and a second. Thank you. And now that we have an agenda set for tonight, can my colleagues review the agenda and report any Levine Act disclosures that you may have?
I do not have
See any? Okay,
None.
terrific, thank you. Then we'll move to adjournment motions. Do any of my colleagues have adjournment motions this evening? No? Okay, I have one. And I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Morgan Wells. Morgan Wells died here in West Hollywood over the weekend of May 10th. Morgan grew up in Clovis, California, and graduated from Buchanan High School, where he was active in many sports, including tennis, soccer, and swimming. Morgan became a recognizable figure here in West Hollywood to many of us. Unhoused and hard of hearing, Morgan was usually spotted near Trader Joe's or outside High Tops on Santa Monica Boulevard, where I know myself and many others would be greeted so often with a smile. I've seen flowers in these locations over the last week and the days since his passing, a testament to Morgan's impact on our community and the many lives who passed him on the streets. I do not know what led to Morgan's situation being unhoused, and I do not know what led to his ultimate passing. I do know that he is survived by his family, Patty and Rudy Garcia, and James and Paige Wells, and I know many people hearts break as they walk by those spots where Morgan sat. I also know that my resolve, and so many of our resolves in this community, to continue making sure we have human-centered, people-first solutions to homelessness will continue to be at the forefront of our minds. And I thank you all for holding the memory of Morgan in our hearts, and as we adjourn the meeting tonight in his memory. Thank you. With that, we'll move to presentations, and I know we have 2 presentations this evening, but first, we must recognize Ali, who did such a fabulous job with the Pledge of Allegiance, so congratulations, Ali, and thank you. And please join us for a photo. Taking a photo with Ali.
Okay.
Thank you, and thanks to John Viscott for being our great photographer on those moments. All right, I believe it's over to you, Councilmember Erickson, for the first presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I am really excited that we have Chris Cluey in the audience with us tonight. I know myself and Councilmember Meister were on a Dem Club meeting many moons ago now, it feels like, and he was being commended for some stuff that we'll talk about here, but thank you for joining us. Whereas Chris Cluey is a former professional football player who played 8 seasons in the National Football League, primary as a punter for the Minnesota Vikings, much like our city manager, who was not a punter though, and became widely recognized not only for his athletic talent, but also for using his platform to speak out on issues of civil rights, social justice, and the protection of democratic values. And whereas in 2012, Chris courageously spoke out in support of marriage equality, publishing a viral open letter defending free speech and LGBTQ rights, becoming one of the first active NFL players to publicly support same-sex marriage, and helping pave the way for greater visibility and acceptance of the LGBTQ individuals in professional sports. And whereas Chris has become a powerful advocate for democratic participation, freedom of expression, and civic engagement, calling on individuals, especially younger generations, to defend the foundational principles of democracy, including voting rights, equality, and justice for all. And whereas through his books, public speaking, and commentary, Chris continues to challenge systemic injustice and amplify the importance of truth, transparency, and accountability in public discourse. And if I may just ad-lib here, he knows how to use his 2 minutes of public comment very well. And if you're on the wrong side of it, sometimes he may even make the national news. Whereas the city of West Hollywood, a city founded in part of the fight for LGBTQ rights and justice, is deeply committed to the values of inclusion, equity, democracy, and human rights, and proudly celebrates individuals just like Chris who exemplify these values through courageous and steadfast advocacy. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes and honors Chris for his advocacy, leadership, and unwavering commitment to equality and inclusivity in West Hollywood and beyond. Chris, I would love for you to come up and take a picture with the City Council. With the City Council. Yeah. We won't put you in jail.
I'm used to one.
Well, you get two here.
I'll wait for everyone to get seated. All right, well, thank you so much, West Hollywood council members, mayor. I really appreciate it. It is a great honor for me. And unfortunately, I wish we lived in better times where we didn't have to honor someone for standing up what's right. For those in the audience who don't know me, the reason I'm kind of here is I got arrested for protesting a MAGA plaque in Huntington Beach at the city council chambers there. Please appreciate your city council that does normal business and boring business, because our city council does not do that, and you do not want exciting city council meetings, I can promise you that. So please keep the business boring of government. And then I just want to tell everyone, don't be afraid to fight. It's, I know it can feel scary. I know especially times right now, it can feel like we're overwhelmed, that there's too much coming at us. But as a history and poli-sci major, I look back at the struggles that came before us, and as human beings, we've been through so much worse. Obviously West Hollywood knows the struggle of LGBTQ plus community. I mean, that has been a long-going struggle. I think back to the civil rights struggle of the 1960s and 70s, the struggle for women to vote, the suffragette movement, and even back to slavery and the Civil War, where as Americans, we have come together and we've decided that freedom is our most important value, and we have fought and been unwilling to compromise on that. So we don't leave anyone behind. We don't let anyone get picked off as a solitary group. We stand together as Americans and we fight for the ideals of democracy and freedom. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Councilmember Erickson. And at this time, it is my honor to present this proclamation to recognize National Public Works Week in the City of West Hollywood. The City of West Hollywood Public Works Department is comprised of the Engineering Division, the Facilities and Field Service Division, and Parking Division. And the city's Public Works Department is an essential part of everyday lives of every community member here in West Hollywood. And public works, infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the health, safety, and well-being of people in West Hollywood. And whereas the planning, development, and operation of public works systems, such as storm drains, sewers, streetlights, traffic signals, street and sidewalk maintenance, public buildings and parks, street trees, landscape, waste collection, and recycling are essential to meeting the needs of the community. And whereas such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, maintenance staff, and employees at all levels of government. And whereas the efficiency and effectiveness of the city's Public Works Department is driven by staff's passion and understanding of the importance of the work they perform, therefore be it resolved that the City of West Hollywood proclaims this week, May 18th through 24th, 2025 in West Hollywood as the National Public Works Week, and extends its deepest gratitude to the Public Works Department for the great work they do. And at this time, I would like to invite up the staff from our Public Works Department to the dais for a photo and to accept this proclamation. Thank you.
You don't want to say anything, Helen?
Well, Helen and the department didn't want to say anything, but I just want to say thank you again. And I think it's pretty apt that our two presentations tonight sort of straddled the spectrum of what engagement means. And Chris talked about the boring work of government. And I don't think there's anything boring about sewers or infrastructure, but I do think there is something very day-to-day about that work of providing services. And we here in West Hollywood certainly work to make sure we're providing services for all of our members of our community. So I think both of these presentations tonight recognize that full spectrum of work, and I'm thankful that we had them. So thank you for getting our meeting started off in a good way. We'll move into our public comment section of our agenda. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time of the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to consent, you may take this public comment period to speak on consent items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than a prepared written statement and/or writing materials. City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 12 individuals signed up for public comment and 1 individual on Zoom.
Okay. Could we go to the comment on Zoom first and then come back to chambers and we may be able to get through everyone?
Sure.
So our first speaker in Zoom for the consent calendar is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. We want to thank you again for your support of the business community and the adoption again of our bid assessments, what we manage. We're very excited about this. Sunset Strip is starting to activate a lot more promotions to try to help what's going on there. Want to express my support for the item on the specific plan of relooking at that as well for Sunset Strip. We really need to start to look at design streetscape and how we can start to activate pedestrian activity up there and encourage more businesses to open on the Sunset Strip. The design district's doing well. We also encourage more lighting with this beautiful streetscape that you've done. The pedestrians are heavy in the area. It looks like shopping is back in action on Melrose, Robertson, and Beverly. So we really appreciate all that support with some lighting and the various design elements that I think are still to come in the design district, as well as some wayfinding signage in both of those. With the gateway signage being stalled, we'd love to see a new way of looking at how we create some wayfinding signage within both districts right now. And again, our support for these business programs and anything that can help drive traffic to the district. Thank you so much.
Okay, and then we'll move back to chambers. We have first Mikey Friedman, followed by Jimmy Palmieri, then Karen Ayers.
Mikey Friedman, WeHo. Councilmember Erickson once told me about how he hurt his foot and that being temporarily disabled, he had a hard time negotiating the airport in Denver. How lacking the facilities were for people with disabilities. I asked him to speak about it at the council meeting and he promised me he would, but of course he didn't. I guess he was just perturbed about the inconvenience to himself, so no wonder he's fighting to make the bike lanes part 1 of the Fountain Streetscape Plan when it should have been part 2 after the sidewalks had been fixed to help the disabled and older adults. John, with all your saccharine talk, you are doing nothing to make it easier for us to walk. And Councilmember Hang, we were sworn in to the DAB at the same time to help and protect people with disabilities, but when it came to voting on rental scooters, you, being able-bodied, voted for them and for delivery robots. You said they were cool. And now you also want bike lanes before you want our sidewalks fixed. Well, that might explain the large amount of campaign money from Streets for All. Also, reading from previously prepared statements during the meetings implies that you've already made your mind up on an agenda item and are not keeping an open mind. The steering committee, too, is a joke. With 4 board members and commissioners gone, the committee is now just comprised of a few yes men and is not impartial. I can't change you two, but I can say publicly that you have really disappointed me and a lot of other WeHoans with your hypocrisy. And John, trying to imply that I'm homophobic is a lot like Trump saying that Taylor Swift isn't hot. Neither one is true, and shame on you for both. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Palmieri, followed by Karen Ayers, followed by David Nash.
Good evening, Council. Jimmy Palmieri, City of West Hollywood. I'm here for two things. I'm not sure if you realize that there's no sizzle this year. Staff has decided that it's not necessary and that they were dealing with budget constraints. Well, I beg to differ, and sizzle is necessary. It actually was the #1 destination in Pride. It's a sober carnival that not only draws folks in, but has more than 150 volunteers that stay sober because they're there. So it's really upsetting when staff makes a decision like they did with Vibes that we no longer need something that's been proven for more than 10 years. You've been supporting this for more than 10 years. Each and every one of you had told me personally how happy you were for Boom and Vibes and Sizzle. So I don't know where this is coming from, but it's really distressing. To not have this available, maybe members of staff have not lost any friends to drugs. I have, many. And to not have this safe space, I just don't understand. We're supposed to be inclusive, just as you just said. Another thing is, of course, once again, the float for West Hollywood for the commission and advisory boards. I was told that maybe I could walk on the side of the float. Well, I could barely walk from that chair to this stand. So I'm hoping that no one turns me away when I show up in the morning. I've been here a very long time, and I really hope that that doesn't happen. I would be really disappointed. But again, back to Sizzle. Who runs the show? I asked you this about Vibes. Who runs the show? And I have 3 names, but I don't like to embarrass people. But 3 people decided that this wasn't going to happen, and they know who they are. Again, good to see you. Thank you. I hate coming with complaints, but it has to be heard.
Thank you. Karen Ayers, followed by David Nash, followed by Richard Eastman.
Good evening. I'm Karen Ayers from the Human Services Commission. Human Services Commissioners have been attending City Council meetings to share information about vital social services provided by the city's nonprofit agency partners. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, a time to prioritize emotional well-being and raise awareness about the importance of mental health for everyone. Mental and physical health are deeply connected. Depression can increase the risk of physical conditions such as diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. LGBTQ+ individuals face higher rates of mental health and substance use challenges, often linked to the stress of stigma, discrimination, and harassment. Supporting your mental health starts with awareness. Practice self-care, build connections, and don't hesitate to seek professional support when you need it. If you or someone you know is struggling with a mental health crisis, please call or text 988. You'll be connected with the West Hollywood Care Team operated by Sycamores. And if you would like ongoing mental health support from a professional, the City of West Hollywood partners with several nonprofit agencies to provide services. For more information about the city's nonprofit partners providing mental health support, please visit weho.org/human services or call the city's Human Services Division at 323-848-6510. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. David Nash, followed by Richard Eastman, followed by Nick Renteria.
Good evening to the mayor and city council members. David Nash, longtime West Hollywood resident. I also don't like to come up to complain because I know you're all very hardworking and well-intentioned. But I must say I'm not a fan of scooters or robots on the street. I sometimes ride around in a wheelchair and I run into those items. I mean, physically crash with them because I'm also legally blind. I just don't like them. Something else that bothers me greatly is I'm a former San Francisco resident for a decade who always enjoyed gay pride being completely free. And it still is to this day because they have cooperation with corporate sponsors and other resources. I greatly resent the $120 plus admission fee that's going to be charged for the music festival. If you're on an income like the ballpark $1,200 a month, $120 is a big chunk to take away from you to go to that festival. And as many people defend the notion, to me, it stinks. Something else I'd like to speak about that I saw on the agenda tonight is about hiring an assistant for the pool. I think it's one of the nicest things we've ever done in this city, putting those 2 pools on the rooftop. They're fabulous. I enjoy the manager, Cortez Jordan, but there have been problems with music being taken away for, it seems like, 2 months. And personally, I'd like to offer either one of 2 extra cell phones that I have, and we're apparently waiting on some process of the city to get something approved. But as my little friend Charo would say, to me it appears 24-karat BS to turn the music off for whatever the seemingly legitimate reasons are. It's just a not nice thing to do, and I hope it's corrected soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Eastman, followed by Nick Renteria, followed by Nick Roybal.
Richard Eastman, East Hollywood, California. I get my kicks on Route 66. I want to thank the council for honoring my friend of 6 years, Morgan Wells, and his family wanted me to say more than I'm going to say. Because whatever I did for this city, there are some members of the council that need substance abuse counseling. There are some members of the council that don't care about homeless people. There are some people on the council that don't realize that Dennis Perone and I raised a lot of funding with your marijuana program in the great city of West Hollywood. There are some people on the council bench that don't realize I represent the family of the Sunset Strip. Let's see, Mario, Mikey, and son, Whiskey, Rainbow. I was with Robbie Krieger of the Doors, my friend the night that died, down by Paramount, where I rebuilt Paramount with Western costume and saved the Hollywood sign. And this is not about me in this great city that I came to 60 years ago. It's about ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And today, like I announced when I ran for president a few years ago, yeah, John Erickson, I live in the district that you're running for Senate. And today, in the great city of West Hollywood, Richard Eastman is announcing his candidacy for the California State Senate against you, the guy with $500,000, against your corrupt friends. And I will defend the homeless. I will defend the seniors. I don't like the way you treated lesbian and gay pride. Where are the seniors? Where is Sizzle? You know the government sucks. And I've seen drunk members. I've been drunk myself in 60 years. I get my kicks on Route 66. I live a few blocks in the district, John Erickson. If I run as a write-in, good luck. I might win.
Nick Renteria, followed by Nick Roybal, followed by Stephanie Harker.
Hi, everyone. That's a tough act to follow, but I'll try my best.
Excuse me.
My name is Nick Renteria. I'm a resident of West Hollywood and a member of the Civic Leadership Council. I've been thinking a lot about how we can boost transparency and civic engagement here in West Hollywood, specifically around all the projects that we have planned, because I feel like sometimes it's hard to get people to know what's going on, and I experienced it myself with not really knowing what was going on with the block that's across from City Hall, the Basics block, that's becoming the City Playhouse. And I was trying to think of ways that we could make it easier for people to get involved or at least know about these projects and raise awareness. And sorry, I'm kind of breaking the rules. I brought a little visual aid here. I thought about just like a simple sign with a QR code that would connect people to the website, so that way they could learn more about projects that are coming and kind of invite them in to learn more about what the city's doing, what the city's planning, and kind of help increase transparency in that way. Speaking from experience, one project can serve as a gateway to get people more interested in the city. For me, it was the Fountain Avenue redesign. I'm really passionate about that. And that kind of opened the door for me to learn about the Civic Leadership Academy and to learn about all the other ways that I could be getting involved in the city, including speaking here. So Hopefully, this testimony will kind of help you guys see that this could be a really great idea, and I hope the council will consider this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Roybal, followed by Stephanie Harker, followed by Ben McCormick.
Hi, Council. I wanted to speak about two people this evening, both who have passed away. The first is Morgan Love, as Morgan liked to be called. Morgan's family refers to Morgan as Morgan Wells. Morgan was a sweetheart. Morgan really was love. And I think everybody who works and plays and lives in the Rainbow District who interacted with Morgan just knows they were an angel. And when I heard about Morgan's passing, I immediately began to ask myself, what is not working? And I mean that genuinely. I know the city spends so much money on resources. I know, Mayor Byers, and you're trying to increase that. I understand that. But there is a disjunction. If somebody like Morgan is dying on our streets. And then I ask myself, well, Nick, what are you doing? And are you culpable? Is Morgan's blood on your hands, Nick? And the answer is yes. The answer is Morgan's blood is on every person in this room. So I don't know how we handle this tension of we're spending all this money, yet beloved angels are dying on our streets. Second, I want to honor Braun Levy. As an alum of Loyola High School and a fourth-generation Angelino myself, Braun Levy was mowed down and murdered in the city of Manhattan Beach. I spoke at the Public Safety Commission meeting on Monday to the commissioners, wondering if we can again do a DUI program here in the city in the Rainbow District to prevent drunk drivers. Braun and Morgan deserve to be celebrated for their beautiful souls. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Stephanie Harker, followed by Christina F., followed by Ben McCormick.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, council members. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I wanted to talk generally, not regarding C1, but generally about outreach and input from the community. I've recently been made aware, and this is for everyone, members of the community mostly, but certainly you as well. There's a group called Our Neighborhood Voices, which is just what it sounds like. It's listening to the neighbors, not just listening and then going ahead and doing what you feel is most important. You know, I watched the Planning Commission meeting last week for West Hollywood, and there was not one single public speaker. There was no one commenting on the items, and I think that the commissioners were a little surprised. But when time after time, a group of neighbors shows up here at this podium for council meetings or for commission meetings and speak, and basically they're voted down, you start to lose interest because it's frustrating. It's an exercise in futility. When you had 50 letters from the people in Weatherly that they wanted to at least have the changes that were deemed insignificant by the developer, at least they wanted to have some review of that, and yet that didn't happen. So I hope you can understand where people are coming from, because I really don't feel you do. And it's important. I mean, basically, we're supposed to be empowered, not tamped down so that just the developers' ideas go through. But again, everyone should check out ourneighborhoodvoices.com. Thank you.
Christina F., followed by Ben McCormick, followed by Anita Goswami.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Christina Fiallo. I'm an attorney and the founder of Rewrite the Byline. I live right outside of West Hollywood and consider West Hollywood my home. My gym is here. I go out with my friends here, and this is my community, and I'm grateful that it's a welcoming one. I'm here to support agenda item F9, and I urge you to vote in favor of it. And I want to thank Mayor Chelsea Lee Byers for championing this issue. This proposed action gives West Hollywood a powerful opportunity to build upon its legacy as a national leader in LGBTQ+ rights, especially at a time when fundamental rights face increasing threats. West Hollywood has long been a national leader, being the first city to establish a domestic partnership registry and one of the earliest to support same-sex marriage through a city resolution. By affirming protections for all residents, regardless of how they form families or relationships, the city can once again demonstrate its commitment to dignity, fairness, and inclusion. Across the country, cities like Somerville, Cambridge, Oakland, and Berkeley have taken bold and thoughtful steps to modernize their non-discrimination laws. These updates prohibit discrimination in areas such as housing, business establishments, and public services on the basis of family or relationship structure. They're already reducing stigma and advancing equity in real and measurable ways. Importantly, these changes are not isolated actions. They reflect a broader, growing national movement to recognize the full spectrum of family structures. As I explained in my written comment, over a dozen states have expanded paid sick and family leave laws to include inclusive family definitions, for example. West Hollywood has an opportunity to be part of this growing progress. I urge you to vote in favor of agenda item F9, and I hope this is just the first of many steps to advance protections and rights for all families, regardless of structure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ben McCormick, followed by Anita Goswami, followed by John O'Brien.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ben McCormick. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. Tonight I'm here as a representative for Mr. Green Trees Christmas Trees, the small family-owned Christmas tree lot that's opened up for the past several years up on Sunset between Hammond and Hilldale. This past January, we donated all the flock trees for the ice rink that was in the park. And I am here just to say, first of all, I do support moving the event to December into the holiday season. We would certainly be willing to donate trees again this year and would welcome the possibility of getting involved on even a larger level in however that works out. I know there's a lot of talk about making it a bigger, splashier event, and we'd like to be a part of that. And if anyone wants to get a hold of me, I can be reached at ben@mrgreentrees.com. It's Mr. Green Trees without a period. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anita Goswami, followed by John O'Brien, then Mike Nuttall is our last speaker in chambers.
Hi there, my name's Anita Goswami. John, you may remember me from long before. I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood. My husband's been here since before West Hollywood was West Hollywood. I'm speaking on a couple of different things that kind of all come together on the same theme, which have been raised already today. Specifically, C1, the proposed zone text amendment. As a longtime resident of West Hollywood, I've seen a lot of changes, I've seen a lot of growth. I have seen when the community is involved, we thrive. When we have the residents, we have the business, we have the people who come in here to work every day for their jobs, the tourists, the people who come in to party. When we work together, West Hollywood thrives. When we work together and are creative, we do really well. What I find that I was very concerned about was cutting out this streamlining. When we use this word streamlining, it means something's being cut out. So when there are motions that are being proposed about streamlining, my first question is, who are you cutting out of the picture? And specifically, when we look at C1, it was residential voices and reducing their voices, reducing that notice. So what I want to do is just, again, really encourage the council, make sure that you keep residential voices included, make sure that you keep the notice, because the notice goes to more than just the residents. But keep that public comment involved in all areas, because that's the only way we as a city are really going to, survive in these challenging times. I think that's really, really important. Related to that, I want to bring up something which is just when we streamline, what are we cutting out? There's a couple of other items that are later on the calendar which are about ethics, and I really think we need to make sure we have ethical governance. Thank you.
John O'Brien, followed by Mike Nuttall, and then we'll move to Zoom for our final speaker.
Hi, this is the first time in 30 years that I've spoke before the City Council here. I a long time was a resident before moving down to USC. For those who don't know me, I'm a leader of the gay lesbian community. I was a leading participant in the Stonewall Rebellion, chair of the first meeting of the Gay Liberation Front in New York, and was on the first Pride Committee. And I've been doing many things since and still involved. So what I'm asking for is, back in 1986, I asked the City Council if we could have a space in Plummer Park to hold our meetings to organize the March on Washington. And this wonderful council gave us approval to do that and gave us space. I'd like to see us have meetings starting in July to organize resistance against President Trump and the dictatorship that he wants to impose on this country. And so I ask we be allowed to do that, even though none of us at the moment are residents of the city of West Hollywood. And the other is to have a booth at the festival where we would sign up people to get organized in that. Part of the problem we see is that there is no organized effort to resist Donald Trump. There is mostly a business going along of adapt, accept, and that is what leads to Hitler. So we need to organize people to be conscious and it not be one party. It's open to all people of goodwill who want to be opposed to this country going in the wrong direction. And I hope you will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Nuttall, and then I do see we have one more speaker in chambers, and then we'll go to Zoom for our last comment.
Hi there. First, I just want to say thank you so much for putting on the Vanderpump World Dog Day. It's an amazing event. People love going to it, and it's one of the reasons that we love living in the city, and you guys make that happen, so I'm extremely thankful for that. Second, I wanted to talk also about another wonderful thing you did, the bike pop-up that you did on Santa Monica Boulevard for people riding their bikes. Just a little background. I've done AIDS Life Cycle, which is the bike ride from San Francisco to LA. It's 545 miles. This is my 12th year doing it. I've raised over $80,000 for it, and I've biked on the road over 40,000 miles, so I spent a lot of time on the road. And I've seen a lot of accidents happen where motorists will go in front of cars, slam on their brakes, and bikers slam into the cars, or they intentionally swerve them off the road. And it's dangerous out there, and the number of accidents that I've seen over my 40,000 miles is quite a lot. So I think the things that you're doing for biking and bike lanes and safety is tremendous. I thank you for it. I don't think our roads are very safe for bikers at all. So those things that you do make a strong impact. And for someone that's been on the road as much as I have, it makes a big difference. And my final comment is, I just want to thank you for the job that you've done. I don't think you get enough credit when people disagree with your opinions. We all don't get along all the time, but you guys have done a tremendous job. I'm thankful for it. And I also see the nasty comments that are made sometimes about everyone. I think sometimes they're very unfair. And I just want to say there's a lot of people that support what you're doing and are very thankful for it. So thank you.
Thank you. Daryl Schur, and then we'll move to our last speaker in Zoom, Adam Darvish.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to say last Saturday, as I was walking both my kids, I live on Palm Avenue, I was walking them to the playground. A car, nearly killed us. It was a huge car accident that hit the side of a building. Hit the side of the building, and it was 10 feet in front of us, and it would have killed us if it would have hit us. And I'm very nervous about walking really on these streets. Now, back in 2022, I've reached out to the engineering department saying that there's cars flying 40 to 50 miles an hour on Palm Avenue, and they've basically said it's not a problem. We did a study and only 15% of students, or 15% of cars go beyond the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. And I said that cars fly 40 to 50 miles an hour, and the engineering department said we don't feel it's a problem. And I have asked to have ramps to slow down cars. They said cars will lose control. We're not going to do that. I've asked for medians. They said I need 120 signatures of people. They said they need 120 signatures of people that live on the street that are for it. I'm sorry about that. I cannot find a babysitter, but
the clerk's desk will take them. It's okay.
Thank you. So I'm asking the engineering department, who's been there for years and years, they don't do anything. I mean, all they do is argue with me. I live on the street, and all they do is argue, saying we feel it's safe, but it's not. And I've asked for things to calm the street down, and all they do is just argue with me and saying that they make it very difficult. They don't feel it's a problem. And so I'm wondering if the engineering department, if you can work out with people who have a background of urban planning, to be in that department, or somehow, whatever you can do, like some overhaul.
Thank you.
I appreciate everything that you do, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Zoom for our final speaker. We'll let our speaker get his kids back.
Take your kid.
We'll move to Zoom for our final speaker, Adam Jarvish.
Adam, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Byers and Mayor Harmon and council and staff. I'm so glad that Darryl called in. I know it takes a lot of courage. I actually signed up tonight to speak on behalf of Darryl that lives just the street over on Palm. As you all know, as a victim of an accident that almost killed me on Larrabee almost 5 years ago, I became very active and a loud voice in the city and an advocate. I worked hard to get a crosswalk and a stop sign on Palm at that time when I was working on Larrabee, on my street. But to see that accident and to read about it last week, it really shook me. And I can't tell you how all of that memory came back to me, and I got very emotional, trying to control myself talking. But I'm really disappointed of this council for many years of ignoring the voice of residents about street safety, about pedestrian safety, about the elderly, about the disabled. It's my near-miss accident when I was in my own bed, not expecting a car to 100 miles per hour on Larrabee at 2 a.m., leaving the rooftop bar at the London Hotel, and almost killing me, demolishing my garage. I became an advocate, a loud voice. I would never give up. I know many residents at that time told me, Adam, you're not going to go anywhere. Just gave up. You're not going to city council to talk. But I'm an immigrant, a self-made, a self-starter. I came to this country without speaking English, without family, without any friends, without knowing anything about the U.S., but the city of New York that I've seen in movies, to go and study. So I would not give up until I'm going to talk till you get rid of my accent, till you get tired of my accent, get tired of me, and finally do something about it. I know all of you, I know you care. I love all of you, and I hope that you take action after this accident.
Adam, your time is
Darryl,
up.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes our public comment. Thank you all so much for coming out to speak tonight and share your remarks with council. Let me get back to my agenda. And with that, we'll move to our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I have a couple of announcements. The city mailed out an emergency preparedness flyer to all West Hollywood residents earlier this month with information on how to stay informed during an emergency. Copies are also available in the lobby. On a related note, staff will be bringing forth an update to the City Council next month related to the city's response to the LA County fires back in January and emergency preparedness. This Thursday at 8:30 a.m. at City Hall, the City Council Homelessness Subcommittee will be meeting to discuss The agenda for the coming study session focused on updating the city's approach to addressing homelessness. The study session will be part of the regular council meeting on June 9th here in the council chambers. I will not be at that meeting due to a planned vacation that Jackie Rocco will sit in as acting city manager. Community members are welcome and encouraged to attend to provide input on the city's policies, programs, and approach to addressing homelessness. We Hope Pride kicks off this Thursday with Harvey Milk Day festivities at West Hollywood Park from 6 to 8 p.m. This Friday through Sunday, the free We Hope Pride Arts Festival will take place at the Los Angeles LGBT Centers Village at Ed Gold Plaza. There'll be a wide range of theater, music, film, dance, and more. We Hope Pride Weekend will take place next Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st, in and around West Hollywood Park and on Santa Monica Boulevard, which will be closed to traffic. The weekend will include the free ticketed We Hope Pride Presents Friday night at Out Loud Music Festival, as well as the paid ticketed Out Loud Music Festival on Saturday and Sunday. There'll be lots of free weekend programming, as well as the street fair, the Women's Freedom Festival, the Dyke March, the We Hope Pride Parade, as well as community group programming throughout June. Details are posted on WeHopePride.com, and you can follow the city's social media accounts at We Hope Pride on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Regarding the public comments related to public officials riding on the, in the We Hope Pride Parade, there is a float for the chairs and vice chairs of the commissions and advisory boards. Due to space limitations, there's also the pickup line trolley for commissioners and advisory board members that want to ride in the parade. And then finally, there's the walking contingency for those who want to walk. And this is all the same as last year. And then I'm going to have Cleo Smith come up and speak regarding Sizzle. Or Meg Reith is going to come up.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. The We Hope Pride Street Fair will have a sober area with games and activities, harm reduction, sober and recovery resources, as it has in years past. This year, it will even include a youth zone on one of the days. And additionally, as part of the We Hope Pride programming this year, through the Community Group Grant Program, the Institute for Public Strategies was awarded a grant to put on a sober event in West Hollywood Park on June 28th. That event is free and open to the public, and information about the street fair and all of the community group programming is available on WeHopePride.com.
Thank you. And just finally, there was public comment regarding the space for organizing. Our community and legislative affairs staff back in the lobby can speak to the gentleman, Mr. O'Brien. And then I know Helen Collins spoke with Mr. Scher regarding the accident on Palm. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Can we get the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar? Oh, did you have a question?
I did have a question, David, about upcoming meeting schedules, because I hear that there are a few of my colleagues that might not be here in July, and I might be out of town at the time and have to call in. So maybe we could ask that be agendized for our next meeting?
Sure, we can. Right now, we have one meeting scheduled for July, which would be the second meeting. The first meeting was canceled, which due to the 4th of July holiday. But we can bring back an item to discuss it further.
And maybe we need to move the meeting in July.
I will be gone in that second meeting in July.
Okay.
Yep.
Are people available July 12th?
Let's look now.
Or whatever, what is the second Monday?
The second Monday would be, is it the 14th?
14th.
That's correct.
Okay.
Wait, July. Correct. I'm out of town.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. So we will look at the schedule and come back to council with some proposed dates. for July that may work. So I'll probably reach out to you ahead of time to see what your availability is, and then we'll have an item.
The only Monday I'm available is July 28th. And you can have a meeting without me, I don't care. 4 people are fine, but I will be out of town for most of July.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for city manager? Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Oh,
Sorry. I just have to note my no vote on B5 and B6.
okay. And with that, I think we can now ask you what the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar is.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items F3, F4, F5, F6, and F9 is $878,584 in expenditures, $1,471,407 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. We also have a motion and a second to approve tonight's consent calendar. And the motion passes 5-0, noting the no vote of Councilmember Meister on items B5 and B6. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to our regular agenda, starting with item E2. Item E2 is the Commission and Advisory Board appointments and reappointments, and I understand not all of, we may not all be ready for all of the appointments tonight, but let's see what we can get started with.
Thank you, Mayor. So we still have at-large positions on the Historic Preservation Commission. Are we ready to move forward with that one this evening?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. So I will take nominees for the at-large positions.
I'd like to nominate Amy Ziv and Matt Payton.
I'd like to nominate Gail Ostergren and Jessica Hansier. And also just to note that Historic Preservation Commission tries to get at least 2 professionals, people who have backgrounds in or experience in historic preservation.
Yeah, and we need to keep at least one on there to keep our status. So
I was told that it wasn't required, though.
So it's not necessary, we don't have a requirement for all 7 members to have a background in historic preservation, but to keep our certification with the state, we do have to have at least 1 member on there. We've preferred to have 2, but at least 1 needs to have that background.
But there's nothing stopping us from doing that. Because that's a certification, but when I read you emailed staff who sent me the email, and it was you're saying something completely opposite.
So in there, it doesn't say there is a requirement for all 7 members to have it, but it's like the historic preservation application that we have with the state of California, there is a requirement that we have to have 1 member on there that has some experience in order to keep our historic preservation certification with the state.
And we could give that training to any of the commissioners.
I think it's their professional background that is at issue.
That I'm not sure, and if Jennifer Alkire is here, she may be able to expound more because I'm not sure what exactly. We can provide trainings to the commissioners, which we've done, but this specific certification, I'm not sure, or background.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, it's a certified local government program with the state's Office of Historic Preservation, and there is a whole set of requirements that the city needs to maintain, and part of that is having members of the Historic Preservation Commission who are qualified professionals. So I don't have the exact specifications of what that qualification entails, but it is more professional rather than having ongoing training, which we try to provide to all of our members.
Sorry, go ahead.
And the applicants, as they've applied, they don't have to denote whether or not they meet those qualifications, so we wouldn't know that looking at this application. I understand that there are members who may currently have that, But maybe we need more information before we can move forward with this appointment tonight.
Possibly.
I agree. I think we should put this off.
Okay.
And from your email to me, it says the city does pay for training. So if we wanted to provide this training to anyone who would be on this commission, that could be possible so they could be trained.
And I'll defer to Jennifer. We were talking about training, and yes, we are offering training. We have paid for training, but specific to a historic designation, I believe it's a professional background more than training.
So, but no, I'm saying my commissioner is an urban planner, and if he wanted to go get a preservation training, he could do it, and the city would pay for it.
I can gather and provide you with more information about exactly what that qualification entails from the state office.
Sure.
Be great. Okay.
Great.
And let's hold on this appointment for tonight then. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we will hold that one over, and now we'll move to Planning Commission.
Are we ready for planning?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Michael Lombardi and Jesse Harris.
I would nominate Eric Matos and Jessica Hensier.
Any other nominations? Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Lombardi and Harris.
Councilmember Hang.
Harris, Lombardi.
Councilmember Meister.
Lombardi and Matos.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Matos and Jessica Hensier.
Mayor Byers.
Jesse Harris and Michael Lombardi.
Michael Lombardi and Jesse Harris are the two new at-large appointees.
There's a phone that's
Excuse
been
me,
ringing a lot
whoever's
back there.
phone is ringing, can you please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Planning Commission is done, and now we will move to Public Facilities, Recreation, and Infrastructure Commission. Are we ready for that one?
I'm partially ready.
Partially? Okay.
Would you prefer we wait?
Yeah, could we wait on that one?
Okay, we'll wait on that one. And now we'll move to Public Safety Commission. Are we ready for that one? Okay, yeah?
I would like to nominate Stephen Post and Brandon Blau. Also, happy birthday, Brandon. It's his birthday today.
I would nominate Adam Aramian.
Any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, Councilmember Erickson.
Blau and Post.
Councilmember Hang.
Blau and Post.
Councilmember Meister.
Adam and Stephen Post.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Adam Aramian. I'm only voting for one.
Okay, and Mayor Byers.
Stephen Post and Brandon Blau.
Okay, so the at-large appointees are Stephen Post and Brandon Blau. Okay, and now we'll move to the Rent Stabilization Commission.
I would nominate Frank Rory and Caitlin McCafferty.
I think those are the other two.
Any other nominees? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward with Frank Rory and Caitlin McCafferty. Okay, now we will move on to Transportation and Mobility, and we only have to complete one for that one because we already filled it one with Dan Wenzel. Are we ready to move forward with that one?
I'd like to nominate Jordan Beard.
I would nominate Jody Litvak.
Any other nominees? Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Jordan Beard.
Councilmember Hang.
Jordan Beard.
Councilmember Meister.
Jody Litvak.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Jody Litvak.
Mayor Byers.
Jody Litvak.
So Jody Litvak is the other at-large appointee to the Transportation and Mobility Commission. Now we will move on to Older Adults Advisory Board. Are we ready for that one? Okay. Nominees?
Michael Hollingsworth and Ailey Waka.
Any others? Seeing none, it will be Michael Hollingsworth and Lee Waka. Russian Speaking Advisory Board.
I'll nominate Diana Volman and Oleg Volovic.
I'll nominate Kerman Simovinsky. Sorry, I'm not saying his name right.
Any others? Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Diana and Olga, was that?
Oleg.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No worries. Councilmember Heng.
Volman and Volovic.
Councilmember Meister.
Diana and Oleg.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Diana and Oleg.
Mayor Byers.
German and Oleg.
So Diana and Oleg Volovic are the new two at-large appointees. Social Justice Advisory Board. Are we ready for that one?
Yep.
Okay. Any nominees?
I'd like to nominate Jorge Separac.
Any others?
I would nominate Tiandre Payer.
Any others?
I'd nominate Kareem Abe.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Jorge and Tiandre.
Councilmember Heng.
Jorge and Tiandre as well.
Councilmember Meister.
Kareem and Tiandre.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Tiandre and Jorge.
Mayor Byers.
Jorge, just the one.
Okay, and Jorge Separac and Tiandre Pierre are our two at-large for the Social Justice Advisory Board. And now we will move to the Women's Advisory Board. Are we ready for that one? Yes?
Yeah. I'll nominate Olivia Lane and Catherine Thomas.
I'll nominate Clara Cox.
Any others? Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Olivia and Catherine.
Councilmember Heng.
Catherine Katie Thomas.
Catherine and, I'm sorry, what was the other one?
Yeah, that's a full name.
Catherine. She goes by Katie too.
Oh, okay. So just the one?
Just the one.
Okay. Councilmember Meister.
Olivia and Clara.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Catherine and Olivia.
Mayor Byers.
Olivia and Clara.
So it is Catherine and Olivia are the two at-large appointees. And then we are done. So we will come back with Historic Preservation Commission.
Did we skip Transgender Advisory Board?
Oh, we did.
I'm not ready for it, so I'm glad we skipped
good.
it.
I was like flipping my sheets over. Yes, I missed transgender. So we'll bring back the Transgender Advisory Board and the Historic Preservation Commission. And the individuals who were appointed this evening will serve until February 28th of 2027.
And PFC.
And PFC.
Oh, and PFC.
Or the new,
So-
whatever the new title's called.
I'm sorry?
Whatever the nice fancy new title's called.
Oh, we still call it PFC because it's too many acronyms. So PFC, HPC, and transgender will come back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think that concludes item E2. We can move back to our public hearings, and we're starting with item C1, our proposed zone text amendment related to community outreach and noticing for projects requesting development agreements. Imagine we have a staff presentation. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members?
Nope.
Okay. City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
By law.
Oh, I heard half of that, but you said as required by law.
As required by law.
Thank you. Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and share your presentation when you're ready?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you. We are here. My name is Jennifer Alkire. I'm Acting Director of Community Development. I'm here with Francisco Contreras, who is the Long Range Planning Manager, and Paige Portwood, Associate Planner, who will be delivering the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. The item before you tonight is a zone text amendment for community outreach and noticing for projects requesting development agreements. The contents of the presentation are listed on this slide, and this presentation will take approximately 5 minutes. On May 20th, 2024, the City Council directed staff to amend the zoning code to expand noticing requirements of projects seeking development agreements. The City Council directed staff to require a neighborhood meeting to be held before a public hearing for all projects seeking a development agreement, including standalone billboard projects, and to require the meeting be noticed within a 1,000-foot radius. Currently, a neighborhood meeting is not required for all development agreements. The City Council also directed staff to expand the public hearing noticing requirement to 1,000 feet for all projects seeking a development agreement. Currently, it is within a 500-foot radius. Lastly, as part of the directive, the City Council asked staff to consider new ways to inform the community about Planning Commission subcommittee meetings, including the Design Review Subcommittee and the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee. Tonight, staff's recommendations include introducing on first reading a revised draft ordinance, which would require a neighborhood meeting to be held no more than 60 days after a project application date for all new projects seeking a development agreement, with a mailed noticing requirement of a 750-foot radius, and to expand the public hearing noticing requirement to a 750-foot radius. Additionally, our recommendations include that the City Council direct staff to monitor and evaluate the impacts of these new requirements and return, if necessary, with adjustments to the policy, as well as to receive and file the update on the proposed outreach strategies for subcommittee meetings, and finally, to consider directing staff to investigate expanding notice requirements for construction projects as recommended by the Planning Commission. For background, a development agreement is a contract between the city and a developer that outlines the specific rules, guidelines, and public impacts of a project. Development agreements are particularly relevant to large-scale projects that may have significant public impact. Moreover, state law governs the basic requirements for adopting development agreements, such as holding public hearings with adequate notice. However, in alignment with state flexibility for innovative governance, cities such as West Hollywood have the flexibility to adopt enhanced engagement practices, such as expanding notice above state requirements and requiring neighborhood meetings. For reference, staff presented this item to the Planning Commission a few times prior to presenting a final recommendation to the City Council this evening. On April 3rd, the Planning Commission ultimately adopted a resolution to deny recommending to the City Council to adopt the proposed ordinance that was presented to the Commission on March 6th. For added clarity, staff presented an item to the Planning Commission on January 16th, which aligned with the May 2024 Council directive. The Planning Commission held a thoughtful deliberation and continued the item to a March Planning Commission meeting so that staff had adequate time to address and respond to a few requested items, such as revising the time frame for neighborhood meetings and for additional information on the policies of other cities. On March 6th, staff presented a second public hearing, which proposed a revised zone text amendment that addressed a few of the concerns that the Planning Commission had from the January Commission meeting. Staff delineated the requirements for new projects from projects that have been deemed complete, where new projects would be required to hold a neighborhood meeting within 60 days of the application date, while projects that have been deemed complete would be required to hold a neighborhood not less than 90 days before the next public meeting. Additionally, notice for both public hearings and neighborhood meetings for projects seeking a development agreement would be within a 1,000-foot radius. Based on the motion that was approved at the March 6th Commission meeting, the Planning Commission approved denial of recommending the proposed zone text amendment to the City Council due to the following reasons. Concerns regarding applying a policy to require a neighborhood meeting with expansive noticing of a 1,000-foot radius for projects that have been deemed complete. Concerns that the 1,000-foot radius was overly broad, and the desire for clarity regarding the City Council's direction on the Commission's role in considering development agreements prior to recommending this item for approval. Staff recommends a revised ordinance, again, that would require a neighborhood meeting to be held no more than 60 days after the project application date for all new projects seeking a development agreement, with a mailed noticing requirement of a 750-foot radius, and to expand the public hearing noticing requirement to a 750-foot radius. Staff also provides a policy alternative in which the City Council could maintain the current noticing regulations and requirements. This option would be consistent with the Planning Commission's resolution recommendation. This concludes our presentation. We are now available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions, or can we go to the public comment? Okay.
A couple of questions. So,
Councilman.
You had as an alternate not having neighborhood meetings, but did the Planning Commission understand that there are already neighborhood meetings except for standalone billboards? So were they saying that no project should have a neighborhood meeting? Because that's what that alternative, isn't that what it said? Or maybe I misread it.
The Planning Commission voted to not make any changes to the ordinance, so it would keep the requirement for neighborhood meetings for development permits that go to the Planning Commission. So that would remain. No changes to the ordinance were recommended by the Planning Commission.
So right now there are neighborhood meetings for development agreement projects, but not standalone billboards that came out of the Sunset
Arts and
program.
Advertising Program,
Yeah.
yes. So yes, correct. So most of our development agreement projects will also have a development project with it that would, by that virtue of having that larger project, would require a neighborhood meeting anyway. But for the standalone billboard projects that only had a development agreement and a billboard permit, there was no
It
requirement
was sort
for
of
a
a
neighborhood
loophole,
meeting.
which, since this was my initiative that I brought forward, the idea was to close that loophole. Correct. The other question I had, I just want to have you confirm for the public, because we did have a couple of comments about housing, that this is not related to the Affordable Housing Act, that this is about projects that are asking for, a lot of different things, but not necessarily under the AHA.
So
AHA?
HAA, yes, Housing Accountability Act. So any housing project that is associated with a development agreement would already require a neighborhood meeting.
Right.
Correct. So it's separate.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. Okay. Well, again, I'm just confirming this because we had letters saying, oh, we want streamlining, we don't want, we need housing. And so I just wanted to confirm that regardless, it would have a neighborhood meeting. Because they're looking for a development agreement specifically.
Those projects would have a neighborhood meeting whether they had a development agreement associated with them or not. If they go to the Planning Commission, they would have a neighborhood meeting. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Erickson, you had a clarifying question?
Why 750 feet? Why not 555 or 650 or 995 feet? It just seems like a completely random number. How did you come? What is the mathematical equation in which how you came by 750 feet?
Sure, it's in between 500 and
I knew you were going to say that.
Thank you, Council Member. So going from 500 to 750 feet as a radius, it's proportionally about double the area that you would have square rooting the radius. equals the area. So if we go to 750 square feet, we're basically doubling the area that we would provide coverage for additional noticing. If we went to 1,000, that would be 4 times the amount of noticing, which is what's being recommended. So we tried to have basically a compromise from the 1,000 that was considered to basically half of that, which still covers about, like I said, double the radius of a 500-foot mailing.
But the planning commission said, oh, sorry, I see you.
Do you have a question to clarify that math?
Yeah, I mean, if you have 500 and you go to 1,000, that's double.
No.
No.
It's not double?
No. So
It's the circle, it's the radius.
Yeah, but it's 500 all around. It's 500 all around. You're talking about 1 block is 500 feet, 2 blocks is 1,000 feet. So you're either going 1 block radius or 2 blocks radius if you go to 1,000 feet.
So the area grows with the square of the radius. So doubling the radius squares to, for example, in this instance, 2 to 2 square equals 4 times. So we're expanding the circle, so we're actually expanding the area to double the amount that would be covered under that area. So it's sort of not a 1-to-1 proportion. It's square, the square of the radius.
This is why I didn't take calculus. All right?
I think this is geometry, actually.
Whatever. I got 100 in geometry. And I never saw this before. Thank you.
Okay.
So just to clarify, there is no, a rectangle, anyone, obtuse, whatever, who knows at this point. There is no, like, I understand you're saying halfway through. That's essentially it. There's no other thing that we're being told to for the 750. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Heng, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, what is the state minimum requirement?
300 feet is the state minimum.
And what is our policy as it stands today?
500-foot radius.
And that also includes notice of neighborhood meeting?
For projects that require a neighborhood meeting, that also includes those projects, but currently not all development agreements require a neighborhood meeting.
And if I can add, council member, and the state also doesn't require neighborhood meetings. So we are going above and beyond what the state already requires.
So we are going, just to reiterate, we're going above and beyond. The state minimum requirement is 300 square foot radius. If I may ask, what are our neighboring cities like Beverly Hills, Culver City, Malibu, Santa Monica, Pasadena, if you have an idea of what their policy is?
We did not find a city that required a neighborhood meeting for development agreements. In fact, for the city of LA, for example, we found that it was actually very rare that they would go through the development agreement process. Beverly Hills does have a noticing radius of 1,000 foot, and that was the only city that we found with a comparable policy, such as
It ranges between 100 and 1,000 feet. They don't have a reason for either, right?
Correct.
Okay,
It
great. I was like,
depends-
wait,
that one is dependent on the neighborhood.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, in the current policy that we have now, it is my understanding that the director has the discretion up to 1,000 if he or she wishes that is viable for that project?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, if we're good, I'm going to go to public comment at this time. We have 2 members of the public signed up to speak and citizen position slips. So I'm going to start with Stephanie Harker and then go to Kathy Blavis after that. And were you all signed up to speak on this item? Yes, okay, great.
yourself to the podium. Good evening, council members, Mayor Byers, staff. When I suggested that email noticing by the city and/or developer, I was referring to other ways to reach out in general and for planning commission meetings, not for the neighborhood meetings, which should most emphatically be the recommended 1,000 foot outreach. Whereas staff's recommendation of 750 feet is only 250 foot difference, it should not cause any undue stress for a developer and can only enhance the public's notification. As you may know, when a production company is filming in our neighborhoods, the city requires them to inform neighbors of their plans. I have personally received several of that type of notice taped directly to my door, and that if it directly to my door. It is direct outreach and informs those who are directly impacted. That should be required of developers who are planning to put a project or a standalone billboard anywhere within 1,000 feet of our homes. You know, outreach is so important, and I know it's difficult, and I know that a lot of citizens don't respond, but as I referred to earlier this evening, people need to be prodded, but sometimes they feel like, why bother, because they're not listened to. I remember with Fountain Avenue bike lanes, both former council member Seppi Shine and John Erickson both requested several times that the noticing should have been done door to door for 2 miles along Fountain. Sadly, that didn't happen, but that is the type of thing that we want, and I hope that you'd consider it for this. 1,000 feet. Thank you.
Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I actually had a totally different speech prepared, but after hearing Councilmember Hang's questions this evening, I'm a little bit taken aback, actually, by being compared to other cities. We're constantly saying we're West Hollywood, we're different. We're West Hollywood, we're more informed, we're more progressive, we're more. So comparing us to what other cities are doing, to me, makes no sense. I'm very much in support of this item tonight. I sent an email. I don't know if it was read or received by you, but partly what I was saying is enhancing transparency and community involvement in the planning process is essential, especially for projects that can significantly impact our neighborhoods. Requiring neighborhood meetings ensures that residents have an early opportunity to engage with project applicants, ask questions, and provide input before decisions are made. And I think that's where the problem lies. We need things like this before projects are realized. And my original speech was going to be about a hypothetical, to imagine a council majority where decisions are made before community has an opportunity to speak, and where agendas are put forward before the needs, the wants, and the benefit of the entire population of West Hollywood. So what I would encourage you all to do, remember what it was like before you sat on the dais. Remember what it was like to come here and hope that you're being heard, you're being listened to, and that it's not just, talking to the wind. Thank you.
Thank you. I see you have a number of citizen position slips as well, and then we'll go to Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. We received a citizen position slip from Wendy Goldman in support of the recommended item, as well as Michael Zanella in support of the recommended item. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I should close the public testimony now that the public comments are done. That's what I wanted to do. I'm going to close the public testimony portion of the public hearing, and we will still ask questions of staff.
It's a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know that I really have many questions for staff. the whole point of the reason that I even brought this initiative forward was because projects that receive development agreements are generally very large projects. You're looking at like the project at the Viper Room, or projects that are being proposed around the city now. And 500 feet is literally, one block. I'm not talking about a small project. I'm talking about projects that are asking for development agreements because they're asking for changes in our zoning so that they can do something much bigger than what our zoning allows. And we allow for that. We allow for DA applications, but then we should also consider that the impacts of those types of projects are much larger than just the immediate neighborhood. So if it's 4 times as big, the radius, that's fine. That's fine with me. But that was the point, is that the impacts are much greater than on just on a project that's a by right project. And then in terms of the neighborhood meetings, the reason that was brought up was because, again, the standalone billboards did not require a neighborhood meeting, and I think that might have been an oversight. I don't know that the public would have been very happy about that had they realized that that was the case, that was what was in the ordinance of the billboards program. So I felt that was closing a loophole that needed to be closed because there should be neighborhood meetings. And then in terms of increasing ways of letting residents know what's going on with a design review meeting, because these are the times when changes can actually be implemented rather than, you're already at a planning commission meeting or you're already at a council meeting and, things just sort of happen 1, 2, 3. These are the times that give our residents the opportunity and other community members, our businesses, to actually have input that is meaningful. On another item that's coming up, we have the organizational chart, and I've said it before, residents are on the top of that organizational chart. And if that's really true, if we mean that, then we shouldn't be fighting the idea of including more residents in this process, especially when it's a development agreement where there's going to be major changes to the zoning, and the developer is getting a lot, and yes, we get public benefits, but our residents deserve to also have a say about the public benefits and if it's worth it to them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Heilman, you haven't had a chance to speak. Would you like to?
Well, I wanted to clarify some things with staff. The initial item was for 1,000 square foot radius. The Planning Commission basically recommended denial of this and keep the status quo. Staff is presenting an alternative recommendation, which is a 750 foot radius and a particular time so that there is an opportunity for the neighborhood meeting. Is that correct? Is that a fair summary?
Yes, correct.
And my question is, I think there's a little bit of confusion among some of the speakers that this has to do with all developments. It's only those developments that are requesting a development agreement, which is a very small handful of developments other than the billboards. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so most developments that occur, and I know we got letters from the Norma Triangle, but I can't recall a development near the Norma Triangle that involved a development agreement. And I don't recall anything near West Hollywood West that involved a development agreement. I don't think the Beverly project involved a development agreement. So again, I know that there are a lot of people concerned about development generally, but this is a very narrow category. And I see Councilmember Meister shaking her head. I think staff's compromise here is a fair one. It expands the notice requirements. It provides an opportunity for a neighborhood meeting, and I think it doesn't unduly burden anyone who is proposing a development agreement. It doesn't go quite as far as Councilmember Meister would like, but I think it does expand the noticing, and I think it's a fair compromise.
Do my colleagues to the right have any questions? I wanted to ask a question. There was a second piece of this that was about coming back with other recommendations about how to notice. And we heard tonight in a comment earlier that a planning commission meeting, didn't have any attendees. So I was sort of curious about, and maybe this is too ambitious or not exactly what we're able to do tonight, but that rather than noticing for a public meeting, which would be a new ask of some of these cases, that the notice would be about directing people to the meetings that would be part of the planning commission's process itself, so that once the application's submitted, it indicates to the surrounding neighborhood that this project will have a number of different appearances before the planning commission body, and that is where the community could go and direct its comments. And so it would be informative and educational, directing people to the many places that actually exist already in the process for people to make their comments. What may be tricky is that we don't often know exactly what the date of those meetings looks like, but we have been creating some ways for people to engage in signing up online for more information, becoming part of an email list. So to me, there's sort of a missing part of all of this. And we want people to be deeply engaged in process, informed about what the many different steps that project will follow through. And ideally, the neighbors are with the project throughout that entirety of its process. That's sort of what a good steward of the neighborhood's looking to do anyways. But what I think we do is just indicate the one neighborhood meeting and then hope that they stay with it, or that the developer will do their best about making that list and getting people informed. So I'm sort of asking for a bypass route, a noticing that upon application submission would say, here's what the planning commission's process looks like, the final step at council, and here's how you'd stay engaged in the process.
Can I respond, please? I mean, I think it's a great add-on, but I don't think that when you have a planning commission hearing, the public hearing, that's a legal, so they need to get that notice, and the same with the council. So you're not saying to not have that notice, right? You're just saying to add an add-on notice.
I'm saying that the first notice that they would get, rather than indicating a neighborhood meeting, it would indicate the process that would be unfolding now that this application has been submitted to the city. And it would include a list of those upcoming meetings, although the dates wouldn't necessarily be there, and a sign up. And then we, as we do with normal noticing process, would continue the rest of our normal noticing.
So, okay, as long as we don't lose the regular noticing process.
Agreed. No, I'm not trying to eliminate that.
Yeah.
It would be taking what you're adding and making it a little bit more refined.
And
Vice
just
Mayor,
to
please.
clarify
Yeah.
that we're still talking about having a neighborhood meeting, and then people would sign up and would be notified of the meeting before the planning commission and the planning
In
commission.
the cases where that neighborhood meeting already existed, what I'm offering is sort of rather than adding a neighborhood meeting, encourage the community who is looking towards understanding how to engage in the project to come and engage in our council chambers before the planning commission and its subcommittee and review processes. Because ultimately, if they want their input heard, there's a design review committee meeting, there's a planning commission meeting. Those are legal bodies, as you named, where their comment is being input in a legal manner. And we can sort of, as a city, also manage an understanding that their input's been received, rather than a neighborhood meeting that's in the developer's control on Zoom. Whatever.
See, the only, so again, like the projects already have the neighborhood meeting. The issue and the reason for the whole neighborhood meeting ad was because of the billboards not having the meeting. And people are concerned about billboards and want to make sure that they're engaged in that. And my only concern is, like you said, the dates. So I think that the noticing still has to go out, because someone can't just sit and look at the calendar every single day, the city calendar, to figure out, oh, finally, next week that meeting is happening, right? My feeling is we still have to have all of the noticing, but I like the idea of getting people engaged as soon as an application is put in. Now, supposedly they do see a notice in front of a project, but that's usually, again, right before a planning commission meeting or a director's meeting or a council meeting. So it's sort of too late.
Yeah, and I think why I'm going back to the neighborhood meeting is that the formal meetings before the design review committee and the planning commission, though a lot of times the issues that neighbors may have can be resolved before we get to that stage by the neighborhood meeting and by the input that's provided by the community. And sometimes neighbors don't participate in the rest of the process because they go to the neighborhood meeting and they say, this is fine, or I'm okay with this. Or they go there and they give input and the property owner responds to that input in a way that satisfies them. So I would still want to have that neighborhood meeting. And it sounds like you want to just notify people of the regularly scheduled meetings before the planning commission and the committee. So.
Yeah, I'm seeing in the staff notes how there's still a need to extend outreach further to those committee meetings itself, and so saw this as a way to get people who want to have input to be more differently engaged in those processes and to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilmember Erickson, jump in.
The PowerPoint's more time page, please, about the, I think the maintain the status quo slide. I just want to, because I think Vice Mayor Heilman, is that what you were alluding to with what you were supportive of, or I was just trying to keep track of the comments?
No, I'm supportive of the staff's sort of proposed compromise resolution.
So.
Not that one. This one.
Great. So I don't see any reason why 750 feet was chosen. No offense. I know you were working with lots of shapes and sizes. I don't think we need to go. If you're in the public, please make sure you don't interrupt us. Thanks. I would like to make sure that, because it's very distracting. I'm just confused because I'm trying to go through this list, which I think we all got. You talked about Beverly Hills, Culver City's 500, Malibu's 500, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and then I won't include San Francisco for obvious reasons. So I believe what I'm hearing from my colleagues is one, Vice Mayor Heilman supportive of option one, and Mayor, are you saying that you're supportive of a list that people sign up for that they get mailed, and then it just outlines the process?
I was trying to figure out, a different sort of route here.
Got it.
Because it seemed, I wasn't clear what problem this was trying to solve, except for a wider sphere of inclusion. And to me, it seems like the different problem that needs to be solved is that we have a number of city meetings that are already a part of a process that we don't actually have people showing up at. But what we instead have are people showing up at saying that we're not involving them in city processes. So I thought this was a great opportunity to use our noticing powers to inform people of the processes that exist at the Planning Commission and City Council level to engage people that may be interested in a project in their neighborhood throughout that process. And we know that it's a little complicated because those dates aren't already set, so I'm trying to figure out a creative way that the city could capture that engagement, keep people engaged, and I can appreciate we don't want to keep pointing people back to a calendar, that sort of issue, but what I'm still seeing is that there's a number of processes where people can have their input, captured by the city and by the developers as part of the formal process, and we don't have people showing up there, but we're trying to create a separate way to hear from them. But that doesn't really make sense.
Can I just say, but you're not saying to get rid of the neighborhood meeting, are you?
Where there's already a neighborhood meeting, I don't want to get rid of a neighborhood meeting.
Well, the only place that there's not a neighborhood meeting is the standalone billboard because of the billboard policy, which we're not going to have anymore. So now they're just going for a DA like any other project going for a DA.
And we will be able to deal, right. So I understand you're trying to create a a way to capture the few opportunities that may exist for those standalone billboards to come forward and ensure that they have a
To
community
have the same process, DA process that any other DA applicant has.
I understand.
And the only problem with not having a neighborhood meeting, it's not the only problem, but the big problem, is a neighborhood meeting, there is interaction. At the Planning Commission, there is not interaction with the developer to go back and forth and back and forth. There is no interaction even at a lot of the other meetings like design review. It's the person gets to go up and say their 2 minutes, and that's it. It's not interactive, and the whole point of the neighborhood meeting is for the developer and the community to talk to each other and say what they like and don't like and see if there is a way to compromise.
Understood. Vice Mayor Heilman, you put your hand up.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to respond to Councilmember Erickson and the comparison to other cities. I don't think other cities do the development agreements for billboards. So that makes us unique. And going back to what Councilmember Meister said about the impact, I think we've all seen and experienced that a billboard, a standalone billboard, can have impact much further than 500 feet from the location. That's why this compromise of 750 that the staff has come up with, I think it does broaden the area, and it does require a neighborhood meeting for those standalone billboards, which I do think is important for that give and take that occurs. And I will say, initially when I looked at the agenda and saw this item, I was prepared to just say, do we really need to change? But as I looked at it more, I do think for the standalone billboards, there does have to be a change.
Councilmember Hang, you put your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. As the current policy stands, the director has the discretion of up to 1,000 square foot radius. How many times has that been exercised historically?
It's very rare. I couldn't give you a number, but it's not often.
But it has been exercised.
I couldn't think of an example offhand right now. It's not something that is used very much.
Thank you.
And in the case of the standalone billboards that we're talking about, this isn't about the issue that the Planning Commission had, just to sort through that, they didn't want this to be affecting completed applications.
Right, so originally the proposed ZTA included a sort of the group of projects that are deemed complete. Typically, our zoning ordinance says new ordinance changes only apply to projects who have not been deemed complete yet. So that was different than normal but because we took the direction to want to apply it to these standalone billboard projects that are already in process and they're all deemed complete. So that was one of the things that the Planning Commission found issue with, and so this version does not include projects that have already been deemed complete. So it would be only going forward for new projects.
And it would only be going forward new projects that are outside of the scope of the Sunset Arts and Advertisement Program that has since transformed. So the ability for people to apply for standalone billboards under DA these. Okay.
So, yeah, go ahead. Did you want to?
No, I just got a head nod to the question.
Right, so if the council were to entertain further rounds of the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program, or if we have additional applications under the provisions that were adopted a couple of weeks ago, then we would apply these types of standards that are adopted now.
Okay.
So Mayor, I'm going to try a motion. I'm going to move the staff's proposed ZTA and introduce on first reading the revised draft ordinance, which has now been taken down from the screen, so I can't read it, but Melissa will read it. But also with the direction that the mayor gave about allowing people to sign up and be notified of all of the formal hearings that will be held as part of this process. Does that capture?
Kind of. I was actually going to ask if this could be tabled to come back, because I think there's something here, and you're asking us to figure out how to solve for a future problem around the committees and getting more outreach there. And so I'd rather than getting this done tonight and then just giving that direction coming back, I think it would be important to see what that could look like. Because I'm not convinced that 750 feet is the number either, and I don't want to rush past that, but I think we're really trying to get to a place where we're making sure the community is deeply engaged in the way of all of our planning work to come. And I don't want to just give direction and say that we solve for that piece and be done with it tonight. So that would make me more comfortable tonight.
And I'm happy to second tabling.
What would make me comfortable is for us to go do this part of it, the 750, and having the neighborhood meetings for billboards that are getting a DA, and coming back with the part that you brought up, the new part of what else can we do for outreach.
But I'll still say I'm not okay with the 750 feet because that's the place where we're expanding above and beyond. I'm okay with the neighborhood meeting happening for the standalone projects. It's the evolution of the radius beyond, because that's not solving the problem that says the existing neighborhood or the existing neighbors in the process as it currently is designed are using the existing process. It's creating a new process. And I'm okay with the new neighborhood meeting as far as the standalone projects go. That makes sense to me. But expanding the radius and then also trying to fix the existing process, it's two things. We're moving in two directions at once and it doesn't make any sense.
So can I suggest that we at least do the neighborhood meetings for all DAs, that we require a neighborhood meeting for all projects, basically for all projects, but projects with
which there's still only a small tier that doesn't currently have them.
Right. So that at least, because we know that there are going to be projects coming forward, applications coming forward.
And we want to trust that they've seen the
because if this is going away for a while, if this is being tabled, it's going to be a long time before it comes back to us, because if it has to go back to Planning Commission, they took forever to get through this.
Right.
This doesn't have to go back to Planning Commission.
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree we shouldn't delay this a long time, but I'll withdraw my motion because I don't want the city attorney to have to be up here parsing paragraph by paragraph the draft ordinance. And I would support tabling this until hopefully we all can come to an agreement about a neighborhood meeting, possible expansion of the noticing requirements, and a better system for engaging people as part of this process.
And I just want to say that, just to clarify, the neighborhood meetings would be for new projects. It wouldn't be for existing projects that already have been through the pipeline. Okay.
So we're not
motion to
doing
table
even the
this.
neighborhood meeting?
It's a motion to continue the.
I don't think there's.
Can I
think
ask
we
a
could
city
give
attorney?
direction, possibly.
City attorney, can we possibly go ahead and approve the neighborhood meeting part of this ordinance tonight?
If there is consensus, I could, run through the ordinance and read the parts that are being removed to implement the one section and not the other.
I would prefer that, just so that we get that neighborhood meeting back in.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I think we're entering into Planning Commission 5.0 territory here. I think they were trying to look at an issue, and I agree with what Councilman Vice Mayor Heilman said earlier, I think we're just creating a larger problem than was fixed in the previous, what was done. I support the status quo piece. I thought 500, there is no reason for 750 in that way. I don't support 750. I think at a certain time, if you do the radius map, if you do something on Sunset, we're going all the way into Los Angeles as well. They deserve to have their voices heard, of course, but it's a different way. And so I personally support the what we have right now, and that's where I'm going to stay on this item.
Councilmember Hing.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not convinced that 750 is the right number. So I do support tabling the item. And I feel very strongly that there's a mechanism in place right now that the director has up to 1,000 square feet, and that can be exercised by the director. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So to clarify, the motion on the floor currently is to continue the public hearing.
I had withdrawn my motion, so I can make that motion if you want me to.
It sounds like we can't do it tonight.
So there's a motion from Vice Mayor Hammond.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we get just a little bit of clarification for what we're bringing back? I don't know. I think Planning Manager Francisco Contreras has a question.
Sure.
Sorry.
Use that one.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand what it is that we are and not bring it back.
Yep.
So we're saying that we could potentially do the neighborhood meeting.
It sounds like there's support tonight to move the neighborhood meeting forward tonight.
But it seems like there's not enough support for the 750 square feet.
At least not tonight.
At least not tonight. I just don't know whether or not we will come back with any different number or different analysis than what's presented to you to give you a better understanding of what might be a better number. And so that's the part that I'm a little concerned that we may not bring you anything different than what we presented tonight.
I have a suggestion.
Right.
Maybe actually showing us several of the billboards that have already been approved and what a 500-foot radius, 750,000-foot radius would look like. I can tell you there were projects that are approved on Sunset that impact people on Alta Loma that are clearly out of the 500-foot radius. So actually showing that visually for just a couple of projects, I think that would help inform us a little bit about what is the appropriate radius.
Okay, that's super helpful.
And then the part that I created complication with was if there's an ability with that first noticing to inform about the rest of the process.
Yeah, and we can consider that, and just part of our processes and protocols. That's okay.
And I'm wondering if we could give Lauren some time and maybe just continue this item till later in the meeting to address, or do you think you can do it right now?
I think I've got it.
Okay.
So if the council's direction is to just adopt section 4 of the ordinance, which is the neighborhood meeting, and we could scratch section 5 from the ordinance for the time being that talks about expanded noticing, then the other changes I would make would be in recital L. I would revise the first sentence to say the city council finds, actually, I'll take out the first sentence of section L. A neighborhood meeting will be required to be held not more than 60 days after the project application. Leave that all the same. We're just going to take out recital L.
We have a question.
Thank you. To reiterate something I think Francisco said that's sticking in my mind, and I'm hearing the city clerk saying, can we get clear on what we're doing? So I'm just getting clear, maybe finding a way to just do all of this. So, neighborhood meeting. Yes. I don't support 750, I support 500. Are there 2 other people that support 500 and then we're done? Or we have to come back? I mean, I'm just saying we can come back and do it, but I don't know if I think that's the only other thing you're waiting on, right? But Vice Mayor Hammond, great point, said he wanted to see a map. How quickly could that come back to us? Or I'm just going to say, is there support to do 500 and move forward tonight? And if my colleagues say no, then we'll table it and that will come back, but that's just my personal opinion.
I'd like to see the maps.
Yeah, we already have the radius maps for 500 radius because that was a requirement. So we just need to reach out to our radius provider to just provide additional maps. That should not take longer than a month, I would say.
Okie dokie.
Okay. So I'm going to remove recital L, and then I'm going to remove the reference in recital J about expanding the notification radius for public hearings, and I'm going to remove from the title of the ordinance the words "and increase noticing requirements."
And I will make that motion.
There you go. Councilmember Meister, you want to make the second?
I have, thank you.
And just for clarity, this is for everything new that's submitted starting tomorrow. Nothing that is currently in the hopper.
Correct.
Great.
Okay, so there's a motion from Vice Mayor Hyman and a second from Councilmember Meister. to move forward with an ordinance that creates a public or community meeting for new projects that have development agreements for standalone billboards. Is that accurate? And then we are removing from recital L the first sentence.
No, we're removing all of recital L.
Oh, all of recital L goes
Yeah.
away. We're removing section 5 from the ordinance. We're removing the reference in recital J. And we're removing and increase noticing requirements from the title of the ordinance. Is that accurate?
Yes, we should probably read the revised
Okay,
title.
so
Thank you.
an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, California, adopting an amendment to Title 19 zoning ordinance of the City of West Hollywood Municipal Code to require a neighborhood meeting for projects seeking development agreements and finding such action does not qualify as a project subject to the California Environmental Quality Act and is otherwise exempt under state CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3. Okay, and
That's
with
what I
that,
said.
and with that, we will vote. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to, or do we need a break, colleagues? Good. Okay, great. We'll move on to item C2, the consideration of the adoption of an ordinance containing the following firearm-related regulations. Can I hand that over to you, City Attorney Langer?
Yes, I will be giving the report this evening. And
the public hearing is now open.
Thank you.
Great. And are there any disclosures from council members? Terrific. City Clerk, how is this meeting or hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. West Hollywood has a long history of supporting gun control measures, and there is a lengthy staff report in the packet explaining these ordinances. There is also a revised version of the ordinance and report posted today to clarify and correct some typos and make some minor grammatical changes, non-substantive changes. The proposed ordinance before the City Council tonight has 3 parts and was directed by the City Council through prior council directives. The first part was with respect to firearm liability insurance. This ordinance mirrors an ordinance that was adopted by the City of San Jose. This requirement is aimed at losses caused by unintentional shootings. The ordinance would require that every firearm owner in the city maintain firearm liability insurance, which can be covered by some homeowners and renters insurance policies. The insurance covers losses resulting from accidental use of a firearm. The insurance requirement is proposed to go into effect 6 months after the ordinance goes into effect. Proof of insurance in an attestation form shall be kept with the firearm. This mirrors the City of San Jose's enforcement model, which is the only city that we're aware of in California that has this process currently, so it's a good process to follow. Research shows that policies should typically cost between $39 and $300, but of course, personal specific information is required to get an actual quote. The city manager is authorized to promulgate regulations to implement the ordinance as needed, and this section of the ordinance would be punishable by an administrative citation, and there's a resolution included with this item to set the penalty schedule for violations of this provision of the ordinance. The second portion of the ordinance has to do with the location of firearm dealers. Now, the City of West Hollywood already has separation requirements in place in its code with respect to firearm dealers. Currently, a firearm dealer cannot be located within 1,000 feet of another firearm dealer under the zoning code. Separately, under the business license ordinance, it includes the same distance requirement as well as a separation from daycare centers, schools, and parks. So this proposed ordinance tonight also includes another separation requirement such that firearm dealers cannot be located within 1,000 feet of an alcohol serving use. The staff report and ordinance contains significant data showing a correlation between heavy alcohol use and gun homicides and suicides. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this ordinance because it makes recommendations to change the zoning ordinance. Currently, there are no firearm dealers located within the city, but there are firearm dealers located nearby jurisdictions, as detailed in the staff report. The third portion of the ordinance is prohibiting firearms at city buildings and parks and parking lots associated with those sites. So while the area of firearm regulation is very complicated, forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as government buildings are some of the laws that have been found to be presumptively lawful regulatory measures. This proposed ordinance is aimed at protecting the public and city employees to ensure that guns are not present in government buildings where city business is conducted or at city parks where the community gathers to play and recreate in a safe space. The prohibitions extend to the parking lots that are intertwined with those places. So those are the three parts of the ordinance. As detailed in the staff report, this is a very complex area to regulate, and this ordinance is intended to provide reasonable regulations to protect the public. While the staff report is replete with data, we all know the harm that is caused by firearms and mass shootings, and the frequency is shocking. And this ordinance is aimed at combating gun violence and the dangers caused by guns. Director of Public Safety Danny Rivas is here with me to answer any questions, as well as Jennifer Alkire, the Assistant Director of Community Development, and Francisco Contreras, I think, is also here if there are planning questions. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I see Councilmember Erickson jumped in to speak. Delayed? Okay, just kidding. Vice Mayor Heilman, over to you then.
Well, thank you. I want to start by thanking our City Attorney, Lauren Langer, for a very detailed staff report and the hard work that went into presenting this. There are three, I view as very common sense recommendations here. One, separating the gun sales from alcohol sales. We know the interaction of alcohol and firearms and oftentimes deadly consequences as a result. So expanding our separation requirements to also include alcohol serving businesses makes sense. Of course, it's the alcohol usage that usually results in the problem, but alcohol can't be used if it hasn't been purchased. So this makes rational sense to me. The second requirement of requiring the gun owners to have insurance seems to be a very common sense requirement. It's what a responsible gun owner should be doing anyway. And many of them already do have insurance that covers accidents that occur with firearms. So mandating that all owners of guns in the city have insurance seems to make sense to me. And it also protects the gun owner. And then finally, precluding guns from being on city property. That is something that we probably should have done a long time ago. We all know that government work can be dangerous. Our parks should be places where people go to feel safe. Our other public buildings should be places where people can go safely without fear of some kind of gun violence. And I noticed, of course, there is an exception for law enforcement who legitimately have the right to have firearms on them. So I'm fully in support of this. I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and I hope my colleagues will support it as well.
Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, first, I guess there are no public speakers, so we're okay? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to ask a question. I thought that the city of West Hollywood already had in its zoning ordinance that we didn't have gun stores. Wasn't that already in our, that's why we don't have any. We have zero. And
You're correct that we don't have any. I don't believe it's a prohibited.
I thought that was maybe the vice mayor can.
I think the distance requirements make it very difficult to find a location that would be acceptable within the city, but I don't think we have an absolute prohibition in the zoning ordinance, okay. And I don't know that legally we could.
Yeah, I don't believe, there's very few uses that we list as prohibited in our code. We don't have that type of zoning ordinance that lists many prohibited uses, so.
Okay, well, I'm supportive.
Great. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Erickson.
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank city staff, especially our city attorney's office, for initiating the hard work that went into this. I know there's been multiple court cases that have challenged some of the work that we've been trying to accomplish here. I introduced this item, I want to say almost like 2 years ago now, but I know that the legal landscape has changed when it's come to certain things regarding guns, which is really unfortunate. But I want to thank my colleagues for always being so supportive of doing all that we can to promote gun prevention and standing up against gun violence, and I support this item wholeheartedly.
Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this ordinance builds on West Hollywood's legacy of progressive, proactive gun safety policy. We've done it before, and we're going to do it again. And if the federal government won't act, it's on cities like us to act and lead. As the community knows, I was born in the city of Monterey Park. There was a shooting that occurred there in 2023 where 10 people died. Senseless deaths, 5 women and 5 men. They were all older adults. And it was the largest massacre shooting in the San Gabriel Valley in LA County. And I would like West Hollywood to not have to go through any of that, because that was very painful. So I do support this ordinance, and I want to also thank the city attorney for the incredible work in putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Oh, yeah.
Can I just add one thing?
Please.
Firearm sales are permitted with the CUP in 3 of the commercial zones and prohibited in other commercial zones.
Thank you.
Okay, as the mayor indicated, there is a motion and a second on the floor to introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, adding Chapter 9.27B of the West Hollywood Municipal Code, requiring gun owners to obtain firearm liability insurance, prohibiting an establishment that offers firearms for sale from being located within 1,000 feet of an establishment offering alcohol beverage sales, prohibiting firearms at certain locations, and finding the actions exempt from CEQA. And with that, we will vote. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move to item E1, unfinished business, the agreement for services with West Hollywood Travel and Tourism, Visit West Hollywood, for WeHo Loves Locals expansion, the gift card program, and Rainbow District marketing. Welcome to all of our guests.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the team gets situated up here, I'll go ahead and do some brief introductions. My name is Laura Byrie. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the City of West Hollywood. Joining me for this evening's presentation, I do have Paolo Kesperdet, our Business Development Manager. Also joining us from Visit West Hollywood, we have Tom Keeley and Jeff Morris. The presentation will be given by our Business Development Manager, Paolo Kesperdet. Will then be available to answer any questions, and Tom and Jeff are here as well. Paolo, I'll let you take it from here.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, mayors and members of the City Council. Tonight, staff is requesting approval of 2 agreements with Visit West Hollywood, the WeHo Loves Locals and the LA Awareness Program expansion, including a new citywide gift card program, and also the administration for the dedicated marketing for the Rainbow District. So just some quick background here. At its December 2023 meeting, the City Council approved an agreement for services with Visit West Hollywood for additional marketing support for local businesses, specifically for marketing local non-hotel businesses. To ensure businesses were included as part of the process, Visit West Hollywood convened a focus group and a series of in-person interviews of local businesses and stakeholders to brainstorm ideas on ways to enhance traffic and spending, and conduct a survey seeking interested businesses for an upcoming campaign at West Hollywood local businesses. Based on the feedback from their outreach and in consultation with city staff, Visit West Hollywood developed 2 marketing campaigns. One to focus on the regional LA area awareness, inviting them back to West Hollywood, and the other focusing on a locals approach, emphasizing their importance and encouraging them to patronize a West Hollywood business Monday through Wednesday with special promotions, or as we all know as WeHo Loves Locals. At the February council meeting this year, the council directed staff to develop a gift card program as a result of that. And now we're at the pending contract expansion. Just a quick look at the marketing campaign. So as mentioned before, there were 2 main campaigns. The WeHo Loves Locals campaign and the LA Awareness campaign were brand new marketing campaigns for the city. These are campaigns that were started from scratch with its own branding and its own marketing concept. Just some statistics that we want to focus on here is that there were 36 million impressions from the 12-month program, over 36,000 ad clicks, 50,000 page views on the WeHo local sites, and 2,500 direct click-throughs to local businesses. So we're really proud of the work that has been as a result of this initiative. This evening, the City Council also received a memo from staff containing additional information on the Open Table campaign, which was also part of that program as well. It resulted in an increase of up to 5.5% on average spend versus the prior year. So again, we're seeing some increase as a result of this program. Some key initiatives from this program included media placements with American Express, Open Table, some outdoor billboards, the LA Metro buses, street side kiosks, and print publications such as the Architectural Digest, Vanity Fair, the New Yorker, Vogue, and GQ, just to name a few. And I should also note that Visit West Hollywood also provided the project management services at no cost to the city as part of this marketing campaign effort. So as we kind of look at this new marketing campaign, we're calling this 2.0. So staff is recommending that the City Council consider implementing a gift card program by providing $100,000 in gift card funds, which include both the gift card match and also the program fees. This program is slated for a 12-week rollout, and Visit West Hollywood has identified YIFTY as its partner, which aims to incentivize local shop with a buy one, get one e-card gift match program, which basically if you get a gift card for $100 and you the program will reimburse you, or not reimburse you, rebate you with an additional $50 gift card program, so $150 total. And basically, it's really easy for local businesses to participate. There's no cost in it, and the program basically integrates with their point of sale system. And so the goal of this program is to encourage more foot traffic and hopefully boost weekday sales. Additionally, staff is considering the council recommend continuing the WeHo Loves Locals program and also the LA Awareness program. Visit West Hollywood and city staff have narrowed down the programs from the 1.0 program, and we are looking at putting our emphasis on programs that really worked from the 1.0 program into the 2.0 program. And this is really important for us because as we start to watch policies come down from the federal government, we are starting to shift our focus from really catering to international focus markets to looking at domestic markets as people start to drive down and regional awareness comes down to West Hollywood. So this is a really a prominent time for these type of initiatives to be coming before the City Council. Also, just wanted to briefly touch on the Rainbow District marketing. So as you all know, the council directed staff to work with Visit West Hollywood to enhance the promotion of Rainbow District businesses. In response to that, city staff is coming back with an agreement. This agreement includes services for $95,000 for a public relations firm and also a social media marketing firm. Just a couple of things that I do want to mention. Visit West Hollywood will be more of the administrators of this program, so they're going to be assisting the city by hiring the selected firm to move forward with it and also paying the invoices, while the city will maintain its creative control over the content and branding and direction as a result of that program. And with that, that concludes our report. Staff and also Visit West Hollywood is here to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Council members, does anybody have any comments or questions to begin? Doesn't look like there's a lot of discussion or questions. Councilmember Meister?
Do we have public comment?
We don't have any public comments signed up.
Okay, so I'm free to speak?
You're free.
Okay, so in the memo that you sent in response to my questions, and I'm sorry I missed the QR code on the postcard, it says that Visit West Hollywood was required to submit quarterly performance reports and provided a comprehensive year-end wrap report. Was that the wrap report that was in our packet?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, that was the wrap-up report that was included in the packet.
Because I can't find where it talked about click-throughs or cost per, the cost per click.
Sorry.
Because I tried to even just do a search for.
Yeah, and it included the click numbers, but not the cost per click.
Okay. I mean, one of the reasons that I asked all those questions was because I felt that there was data miss. It's not that I'm not supportive of this program, but I just feel that it's very important that we get a complete analysis for this, and so moving forward, that we do the same, that we, not the same as originally, but that we get a complete analysis to know what things are working, what things are not, and what things are working maybe at a cost that's prohibitive. For example, the American Express, I know that, I wouldn't have known from the staff report what the goal of the American Express buy was. If I'm just looking at numbers and I see that you spent $200,000 for 200 click-throughs, my market research advertising background says to me that's not a very effective way of advertising. And so that's why the memo that was sent this afternoon is much more helpful, but I wish I would have had this data earlier. And I would like to get in for the future the cost per whatever it is that our objective is in terms of the action. I think it was also helpful to get the increase, what was happening with the seated diners in attachment A, where you have on Mondays, restaurants on average 10% increase, Tuesdays average 12.3%, Wednesday 1.2%. These numbers are really informative, and what was interesting to me is that Wednesdays are not doing as well, and so maybe we should consider continuing with the no parking cost on Wednesdays if that program is helping to increase traffic for our businesses on Wednesdays. So, because it's a balancing act, right? And it's about doing different things, and different things are going to work on different days. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I would like to see in the next round is if you have different social media campaigns that we see if there's one doing better than another. And that's something you may want to look at for the previous one, so that you don't waste money using one that maybe was not as effective as another. I know you want a variety, but there might be, some changes you can make that would make it more effective.
Certainly. Just, I know that Visit West Hollywood wants to say a few remarks as well, but I think as far as this new iteration, or 2.0 as I'm calling it here internally for us, certainly with the YIFT program, we're able to kind of track where people are spending their money. So we're able to see over time via the dashboard that Visit West Hollywood and YIFT are going to create for us here, where people are spending their money to, how much they're getting in gift cards, and where they're spending that money at. So we'll be able to provide a little bit more accurate reports. As you mentioned, and as part of this 2.0 program, we are shifting more to approaches that definitely did help the city in the long run. So looking at open table, right, and providing those analytics that you requested, looking at other types of partnerships that could provide some of that information over as well. But I know Tom wanted to say a few remarks.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Good evening. Absolutely, we appreciate your comments, Councilmember Meister, for sure, and take those very much to heart. We will make sure that we give as much accurate detailed accounting as we can in this particular event. And I do believe, as Paula was mentioning, I do think that this will be easier to track some of those very key metrics for sure. You know, we as Visit West Hollywood, as you know, as our main core mission is to fill our hotel rooms and get visitors here. So this is very core to our business as well. And we're happy to assist with the city and with City Council's request to make this get this program in place. We do feel it'll be very effective. We think it's a very exciting program for sure. And we think it'll be very beneficial.
Yeah, and just my last comment would just be that if the travel and hospitality benchmark is not the appropriate one, there may be one that's more appropriate. There may be one that's specifically restaurant, retail.
Of course.
And it's just, again, it's all to help moving
Absolutely.
forward,
And I think
not
that,
to hinder.
my apologies. I do, you know, we're looking at a challenging travel environment right now for some of the things we've talked about, whether it's politics, exchange rate, you know, unstable economy, et cetera. So this, we think, will be really helpful in raising awareness of West Hollywood, especially in the Southern California market. We do get a vast number of our visitors coming from, so we think this will be really encouraging for us. So even though it's a WeHo Loves Locals campaign, we do look at it as broader, where people can come to West Hollywood and take advantage of this program.
Thank you. Councilmember Heng, you had comments or questions? No? No? Okay, Vice Mayor Heilman then.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the work that you do to try to fill up our hotels. And I know it's challenging given what's happening in Washington and the hostility that has been expressed. I know a lot of Canadian visitors are no longer coming to the country as a result of some of the actions of the president. I was critical of the first iteration of WeHo Loves Locals. It was not very effective. I really like this idea of the gift card because you can then track that it is actually dollars in the businesses that we're trying to help. So I look forward to that. Is there a mechanism to make sure that people are not buying multiple gift cards? Because I was thinking, okay, you buy a gift card for $100 and you get $50 at it. Where do I sign up? I'll buy 20 of them right now.
Well, that was what we were talking about earlier on in the program. Why not spend $100,000 and take all the money, and you've got a really nice bank account to buy some whatever you want in West Hollywood. And although it's very supportive of our business, businesses, we don't want one person being able to kind of corner the market. So there are mechanisms in place. Jeff and his team have been very instrumental in making sure that that doesn't happen, where we can't have somebody really taking full advantage of the situation and the funds are quickly depleted and the program does not accomplish its main goal.
Great. All right. I don't know if there are other comments, but I'm prepared to move the item.
I just wanted to add, I'm thrilled about this. I am really grateful for the support of Visit West Hollywood to implement this program as WeHo Loves Locals 2.0. I brought the gift card program idea because a number of other cities are doing this, and it works really well to generate interest from the local community for the restaurants and business community broadly. We know that foot traffic and driving foot traffic is such an important need right now, and in our economic development study, the lunchtime and daytime hours that we can bring more people to West Hollywood or get them out of their homes that are here, our own residents, is a big thing in itself. And I just saw a really unique dual opportunity here. We know that people are really stretched thin when it comes to their resources and their desire to go out and spend those dollars, so we can understand that. And by celebrating some of the city's success and getting that back into the pockets of our residents here and allowing them to go out and enjoy restaurants or businesses is a really great opportunity. I hope that we can present this to our advisory boards and commissions, and I know I'll go out and share that, but I just was thinking, darn, I missed an opportunity at the Older Adults Advisory Board to let them know that this was coming. But I think it would be really great that we make sure that our ambassadors of the city know and can get the word out so that those $100,000 that are going to be stretched into gift cards can go as far as possible. But I just think Visit West Hollywood so much for your partnership in making this happen. As you said, your job is to fill those hotels, and this is a little bit of a stretch outside that. But insofar as your job is to fill hotels and bring tourism to the city, we see right here in this partnership the way all of that tourism is allowing us to do more for our residents here in the city as well. So I think of this as a really unique opportunity to invest in the whole of our community and uplift all of us. So thank you for making this happen, and thank you everyone for the support.
I just have a quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. It's great. I'm supporting it. My question is there's no, You're not just going off of a membership list, right? You're supporting all businesses throughout the city?
Businesses will be opting into it. We don't have a membership base or anything like that, so it's not, you have to pay a fee to be part of it.
Wonderful.
They will opt into it.
Great. I just want to make sure everyone has the same starting point.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for your hard work.
And what's the website again that it's Yifty? Yifty.
Why?
Yifty.
Yifty like Yifty. However, it will be available at WehoLocals.com.
Great.
So no one will have to remember Yifty or Gifty. It just happens to be the name of the company that
Perfect.
other cities are utilizing, and we found some great brand partnerships there.
Great. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may. I just wanted to thank staff for this item. It's really innovative, it's really incredible, and I see it as a win-win for the city. Businesses get more customers, residents get more value, and the city gets real-time data that we can track. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, we do. And the motion passes 5-0. And Mayor, we will share this information with the boards and commissions. We can send them an email
That's
blast
perfect.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, would we like to take a 5-10 minute break and then come back to item E3? Okay, let's do that. We'll take a 10 minute break. There's only one bathroom in the back. And we'll be back at 8:40. 10 minutes. If we are ready, we'll move towards reconvening. See, we're missing council member. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, we'll move to item E3, organizational structure update and approval of organizational chart. I believe I'm handing this over to our city manager, David Wilson.
I should have been ready. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm David Wilson, City Manager. Joining me are Christine Seyfried, our Assistant to the City Manager, and Melissa Lindley, our Budget Officer. This, as well as Janet Jimenez, our Administrative Services Director. Unable to join us tonight is Raylyn Napper, our Human Resources Manager, and Sienna Leong, our Human Resources Supervisor, who also worked on this item and provided the job specs that are included there. This item provides an update on the organizational structure and approval of our org chart and a new proposed org chart, adding 10 full-time equivalent positions and the salary schedule for fiscal year 2025-26. So next slide. So I will briefly go through our current and proposed organizational structure. Melissa will provide an overview of the position requests and recommendations, and then Christine will provide an overview of the position history and next steps. In addition to what's included in tonight's presentation, there is the fiscal year 2025-2026 salary schedule that's required by the government code. And so we're asking that you'll approve that tonight, but it won't be included in the presentation. Next slide. So this provides our current organizational structure, our current org chart. As you can see, the West Hollywood residents are at the top, as they've always been, and we will never move them from there. And then they elect the city council, who hires me, the city manager, to oversee our administrative staff. We have 10 departments right now with 35 divisions. Next slide. So this is the proposed change to the organizational chart. The boxes that are in blue are where we are proposing position changes, and Melissa's going to talk a little bit about those in just a few minutes. The one box that is in pink is the proposed new division of transportation and mobility. This is being proposed as a new division that will include 2 new positions that Melissa will talk about, and then 4 positions that move from other divisions. It will focus on all of the transportation and mobility functions of the city, putting them in one house under our Public Works department, working closely with our engineering division, but none of the engineering staff will move into this division. The staff that are moving are coming from long-range planning, business development, and human services. The long-range planning staff currently does a lot of the work related to the bike lane projects that are being proposed, as well as a lot of the mobility type issues with the scooters and delivery robots and those various things. So it's intended to provide relief to some of those divisions by moving those functions out where they can focus on some of the other work of those divisions, both in long-range planning and in business development, as well as human services. Next slide. I will turn it over to Melissa.
Thank you, David. As part of the budget process, we evaluate the organization and consider position requests submitted by departments. The second year update to the 2-year budget, we are recommending 10 new positions. There are 11 shown here. The first position, the arts coordinator, was approved with the FY25 budget to begin in FY26, so we are including it in this bringing the count to 11. A principal plan check engineer in the Building and Safety Division will provide crucial support to the city's building official, assuming key supervisory and administrative responsibilities related to plan check operations and customer service. 2 accounting finance specialists for the General Accounting Division will strengthen the city's capacity to manage critical functions such as accounts payable and payroll. An assistant planner in the Long Range Planning Division will support advancement of important housing and land use policy initiatives. An administrative specialist 3 in the Media and Marketing Division will support expanded and ongoing communications and community engagement efforts. 2 positions in the Rent Stabilization Division, a mediator and a staff attorney, will enhance the city's capacity to provide timely and effective resolution of landlord-tenant disputes and rental property-related matters governed by the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. A senior recreation supervisor in the Recreation Services Division will support the city's growing portfolio of recreation programs, which has expanded significantly with the opening of the West Hollywood Aquatic and Recreation Center. And as David mentioned, the creation of a new Transportation and Mobility Division within the Department of Public Works will provide a more integrated and strategic approach to managing the city's transportation and mobility functions. The new division will include 2 newly proposed positions, a transportation and mobility manager and a transportation and mobility specialist. Due to resource constraints and the need to balance priorities across the organization, not all requested positions were included in the city manager's recommended budget for FY26. This is the list of those requests that were not recommended. It's important to note that the proposed budget includes additional support for the divisions, including some permanent positions that we reviewed on the last slide, as well as expanded contract services for the revenue collection, temporary positions for engineering and the urban design and architecture studio. Additionally, the proposed budget includes over $2.5 million for temporary staffing, which can be utilized as needed for the divisions that requested it, as well as divisions across the city. Over the next year, the proposed changes will be implemented, and then we will monitor the effectiveness of the changes and continue to evaluate the need for additional positions in the future budget cycles. I'm going to hand it over to Christine Seyfried at this point.
Good evening. Thank you, Melissa. This slide shows the city's staffing growth over the past 4 years. Since FY21, we've added a net total of 25 positions, bringing us to 263, a 10% increase over the past 4 years. The top table shows the total number of approved positions each year. The bottom table highlights specific changes, which are new positions that were approved and select vacant positions that were eliminated based on operational needs identified during the budget cycle and process. The net change in approved positions each year is shown at the bottom, for example, plus 12, plus 2, plus 4, plus 7, and so on. For some additional context, I'll go back just a bit further than shown on the slide and say that in the spring of 2020, the city had 229 budgeted positions. There were no involuntary layoffs during COVID, and instead the city added 9 positions at the start of FY21, which was July of 2020, and also worked with our bargaining units on a 1-year voluntary furlough as part of a broader strategy to manage the impacts of the pandemic while maintaining stable staffing levels across the organization. In the years that followed, the city added 12 positions in FY22, 2 positions in FY23, 4 positions in FY24, and 7 in FY25. This year, the city is proposing the addition of 11 net new positions. If approved, our total would be 274. Next slide. Thank you. This slide shows the change in regular budgeted positions by classification type from FY21 to the present, with the proposed changes for this coming fiscal year, FY26, shown in the far right column. It excludes seasonal, temporary, and intern positions. The top 5 rows represent the executive team, including the city manager, assistant and deputy city managers, department directors, and assistant department directors. Over this period that's shown here, The number of executive positions grew from 11 to 13. Division managers are the next row down. They are working managers who report to members of the executive team and oversee staff teams ranging in size from 2 to 40 regular budgeted positions across related functions such as human resources or recreation services. The number of managers has ranged from 24 to 26 during the period shown on this slide. The majority of budgeted positions in the city are non-management staff represented by the WeHome and ACE bargaining units. From FY21 to now, the number of positions have grown from 202 to 226. With 10 additional positions at the non-management staff level proposed for FY26, the total would reach 236, a net increase of 34 positions or 17% compared to FY21. If the proposed changes for FY26 are approved, the city would see a net growth of 13 positions or 6% from the start of FY25, July 1st, to the start of FY26. Next slide. This is our final slide. Thank you for your attention. The next steps after tonight's item in the budget process include a council item on June 9th, providing the city manager's recommended FY26 budget as a receive and file item. On June 23rd, the budget will be agendized for your discussion and adoption. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Well, I'll just say, as a member of the Budget and Finance Subcommittee for the last 2 years now, I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I know, especially in this last year, there have been a tremendous outpouring of public comments related to both our priorities and capacity, and I'm really excited about what you've presented today, or tonight, I guess I should say. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments to begin the discussion? I see a motion and a second quickly. Oh, just kidding. It was a request to speak. Vice Mayor Heilman, over to you.
And I will second the motion. I'll second the motion as well. And I want to echo the mayor's comments and thank you to our city manager and our staff for bringing this forward. Also want to thank the city employees for their advocacy and their comments. I know those were taken very they were taken into consideration as this report was presented. I will say that I do have some sympathy to the concerns about the long-range planning and the burden in that particular division and the workload that we continuously add to. So I know that this is really something that the city manager is aware of, as well as our HR staff and Christine as well. So I hope you will take that into account in the upcoming year. The other comment I wanted to make, I appreciate the 2 additional employees that are being added to our rent stabilization division. I have concerns, and I've mentioned this previously, that we have seemed to shift all of the enforcement obligation on our tenants. So when the tenants come forward with problems, the immediate response is, oh, petition for a rent decrease, file a harassment form. But I don't really see, and I hope with these new positions, we will actually see the department writing letters to landlords saying you're in violation of the ordinance. If you don't, we're going to prosecute you, or we're going to initiate civil litigation against you if you don't comply. And I think our approach to enforcement has become very passive, and the responsibility is shifted to tenants. So that may be something that we want to have a conversation about at a later date. It's not really that germane to the organizational structure, but I see our city manager shaking his head that he hears my comments.
Yes, no, certainly. And I think adding these positions, even though they are taking over some of the existing work of the hearings and mediation, I think it provides more capacity to the division overall, so we can look at operations and functions as it relates to those things as well.
And I say that here because I think having that more assertive approach to enforcement and issues might actually reduce some of the workload in the long run, because I think there's a problem with people feeling like, oh, well, I don't have to comply, the tenant will file for a rent decrease and then we'll deal with it later. And that's become problematic in my mind.
Yeah. And I'll just add to your other comments with long-range planning. We are concerned as well, and I think a lot of the recommendations here are intended to start addressing some of those concerns with long-range planning. So by moving transportation and mobility out and adding an additional planner, it may not solve everything at once, and we'll continue to review and analyze them, but it does provide another manager and another direct administrative staff person to work on transportation and mobility and relieve some of that from that division as well.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Meister?
Thank you, Mayor. So I was just going to say in response to Vice Mayor's concerns, now we have our proactive code compliance looking at buildings, looking at, there to see if there are code issues. And so it would be interesting to see what kind of effect it has had on complaints. So, reactive versus proactive. So it would maybe, I know the program started late because of COVID, but maybe we can take a look at that when it's been in gear for a while.
Councilmember Hing?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge the city manager's office and also the budget subcommittee. This is a heavy lift, so thank you. As far as the new division for the transportation and mobility, this is a great start. Creating a new division for it with 2 dedicated staff will help ease workload, and this is a good start, so thank you.
I think the division actually has 6 dedicated staff. It's 2 new staff that will be coming to the division. I'm thrilled about the Transportation and Mobility Division. It was advocacy that I had begun some time ago with our city manager, but it was sort of a matter of looking at the org chart and recognizing that transportation and mobility didn't have its own place. And I'm sure to the members of the public who've been begging us to prioritize more street safety and transportation mobility projects, seeing a division named on the org chart will certainly be a start. But as Vice Mayor suggested too, clarifying and assessing that workload on an ongoing way, especially with the potential likelihood that more programs will come into that area or be moved to that area from places like social service to create stronger alignment as we move forward. But otherwise, I'm really excited about this. There's ongoing work to do to make sure that we're all moving on the same page, but this is the start of it. And I see a motion and a second, unless there's any other deliberation or discussion up here. Okay. I'm going to take it back to city manager then. Yeah, before we wrap up the item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Before you vote on this item, since this item is an organizational update, I'd like to take a moment to share some personal news. I've made a decision to retire from the city of West Hollywood in early 2026. The city has been my professional home for more than 25 years, and I feel incredibly fortunate to have spent my career surrounded by people who care deeply about this unique and vibrant community. When I stepped into the role of city manager in July of 2021, a primary objective was to help guide the city through the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and recovery. I'm proud that together we ensured continuity and essential services, prioritized public health and safety, and emerged in a strengthened financial position, laying the groundwork for future investments and continued progress. Looking back, I'm deeply honored by what we've accomplished together, the City Council, our exceptional staff, and the West Hollywood community, by staying focused, grounded, and resilient. These achievements reflect a shared commitment to service and progressive values. It's rarely a perfect time to retire, but this feels like the right time for me professionally and personally. I look forward to having space to spend time with my family and focus on rebuilding from the impacts of the wildfires last January. And let me be clear, if I were going to continue to work on a regular basis, it would absolutely be here. I care deeply about the city and will always be grateful for the opportunities I've had in serving this community. Looking ahead, the recruitment process for the next city manager will be led by our city attorney, Lauren Langer, in partnership with our human resources manager, Raylyn Napper. They are currently reviewing executive search firms, and the city council will hold a closed session meeting in June to determine the next steps. I will continue to serve fully as city manager and remain actively engaged until my last day with the city. To our extraordinary staff, thank you for your unwavering dedication to this community. to this and previous city councils, thank you for your trust and support. And to our residents, appointed officials, business community, and service partners, thank you for making West Hollywood such a remarkable place. It is truly an honor and a privilege to serve here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your tenure and your service. To be clear, this vote is not to affirm that, but we appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, David, we all knew day was coming, and having worked the longest with you, it's just been an honor. And I hope that, I'm sure that we will all figure out an appropriate opportunity to celebrate your great legacy here with the city of West Hollywood. And we can have lots of speeches then, but thank you. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to add, David, I remember when I started as an intern at the city offices, and you were, I think, just starting out as director of finance, or you're in the finance department, and you always were so kind to city staff, but as well to the interns. You even let us eat the food when they stopped ordering food, but you always showed city first, city principles, and you just reflect the best values of the city. And some of the most visceral memories I have are your daughter wandering around with her red cart selling Girl Scout cookies. And now she's an incredible athlete in college. To see your son growing up and your amazing wife who I get to spend time with. They have not only a great husband, but a role model of a father, and you are someone that local city governments and city managers look up to every single day, and your shoes are very hard to replace. And I remember when we cast that vote, because I had to be on that council and got that opportunity, it was one of the best votes we've ever taken, and thank you for steering the ship of the city during COVID, during and getting us out of COVID, and for all that you always do to make sure the city knows that you care deeply for them.
David, I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, I just got here and you're already leaving. My first outing was at Cal Cities with you and Christine, and I was the only elected official there that had the city manager with me. And that was pretty powerful, so thank you for teaching me, and I look forward to spending the rest of the year with you on this council. Thank you.
David, I know this has been a really difficult time for you since January 7th, and I just appreciate that you have stuck with this, and will stick with it till the end of the year, and wish you only the best with the rebuild of your home and your life in Altadena.
Thank you.
And we will start voting. And the motion passes 5-0. And it's not for David to leave.
We agreed on that. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to new business. Item F1, strategies to promote a respectful and positive environment in public meetings, support civil discourse, and provide tools for effectively addressing disruptions. Back over to you, City Manager.
Since I'm all emotional, I'm gonna let Joshua start this one. Or actually, Joshua's going to kick us off. But I'm David Wilson, City Manager. I will just get him while we're getting settled in and get the PowerPoint started. With me is Joshua Scher, our Communications Director, and Christine Seyfried, our Assistant to the City Manager. This item is to provide the City Council with strategies to promote a respectful and positive environment in public meetings, support civil discourse, and provide tools for effective addressing. It went away. But Joshua's going to kick us off in just a moment.
All right, that's difficult news to follow, but we will carry on. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I am Joshua Scher, the city's Director of Communications. I'm joined for this presentation this evening by, as David was just mentioning, Christine Seyfried, Assistant to the City Manager, by David Wilson, City Manager. This item was additionally initiated by Janet Jimenez, Director of Administrative Services, and by Melissa Crowder, City Clerk. Thank you so much. We are figuring out our PowerPoint. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about an overview of strategies designed to promote respectful communication and a positive work environment, specifically an environment in public meetings, and to support civil discourse, and to provide tools for effectively addressing disruptions to meetings. As many of you know, over the last few years, we've seen a noticeable shift in the tone of some of our meetings, and not always in the best way. There's been a trend of less respect, more interruptions, and at times behavior that is not in line with the core values we hold as a city. Tonight, we will walk through some strategies that we've been working on as city staff to help make our public meetings, and by extension, all professional interactions at the city, more respectful, more positive, and more productive. What we're doing? A group of city staff from the city's management and executive teams have assembled a set of strategies that aim to create better meeting experiences for everyone. Our aim is to, with clear intention and practices, build a positive impact on workplace respect. Simply put, this work matters. We know that public meetings should be places where everyone feels safe to speak, to be heard, and to contribute. But when an environment becomes disrespectful or disruptive, this can shut people down, including staff, including elected and appointed officials, and including community members. The strategies in this item aren't just about keeping order. They are about protecting the integrity of our city's public decision-making processes, building and maintaining trust, and making sure we live up to our core value of respect and support for people. I'll turn now to my colleague, Christine.
Thank you, Joshua. We've drafted a simple statement called a shared responsibility for respect. It sets the tone and reminds everyone, staff, elected and appointed officials, and the public, that we all have a role in showing up with empathy, patience, and professionalism. Once approved this evening, we plan to begin incorporating this into meeting agendas and displaying it in meeting rooms. I will read the statement aloud. During public meetings, community gatherings, interactions with the public, and with one another, the city endeavors for all participants and attendees to conduct city business and treat others with respect, a core value of the city. This includes being polite, professional, and thoughtful when interacting with others. Our collective commitment to civility requires intention, cooperation, courtesy, consideration, tolerance, forgiveness, acceptance, inclusiveness, kindness, compassion, and patience. Our respect is expressed not only in the words we choose, but also in our tone, our demeanor, and our actions towards one another. We're reinforcing our meeting rules through a new administrative regulation as well, focusing on 4 priority areas. Those are affirming the rules of order and decorum for public meetings and training, publicly posting the rules of decorum, documenting warnings when there is behavior that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes public meetings, and using the shared responsibility for respect statement that we just read. We're also developing a toolkit, which is anticipated to be ready this summer, that will help city staff handle moments of breakdown in respectful communication. The toolkit will include scenarios, response tips, and reminders about keeping things respectful, even when emotions run high in various interactions. We will use the toolkit and we'll be doing trainings with city staff in using the tools and practicing the methods of de-escalation in a more controlled environment so that we are ready for prime time when the need arises. I'm turning things now to David Wilson, City Manager.
We also looked at the city's code of conduct for elected and appointed officials. In recent years, the city has received several complaints alleging that certain elected and appointed officials have engaged in conduct that does not align with the city's code. When we receive those complaints, they are reviewed by our city attorney, Lauren Langer, myself, and the city clerk, Melissa Crowder. So many Melissas. We've reviewed the entire code again. Our code is about 15 pages. So we reviewed the code, which was recently updated in June of 2022. We didn't find anything that needs to be changed, but we are recommending that the City Council appoint a subcommittee to review the code itself, because you are the enforcers of the code of conduct as well. Once we do have those complaints, we review them, and then if it's a complaint against a council member, it goes back to you all. And so we recommend that there be a subcommittee of the City Council to review the code of conduct and determine if any updates need to be made. We've also created a short guide so that there are like bullet points that go over the code, so that's available to elected and appointed officials as well as the public and staff, so it can be easily looked at when there are concerns about the code of conduct. And then we also plan to have semi-annual trainings on the code of conduct. Right now we have semi-annual trainings on AB 1234, and so this will be on the alternate year when those trainings aren't happening. And then lastly, we just wanted to reinforce the council and staff communication protocols. Within the code of conduct, there are protocols for communicating both with the elected officials and staff and appointed officials and staff. Generally, when it comes to concerns or issues, those should go to either myself or our executive team. So our Assistant City Manager, Jackie Rocco, our Deputy City Manager, Steve Campbell, our department heads. It's been a rough night. Or to the department heads, and not to the division managers or line staff. It doesn't mean that elected and appointed officials cannot communicate with non-executive team members, but if it's questions about workload or about a project or about concerns from the community, then those should go to executive staff. And similarly, there is also confusion when members of the public send requests to council members, and then those responses are made back to those members of the public and include staff. That can also be perceived as direction from staff to address those with the public. And so, again, those should just always go to our executive team members. Next slide. So in sum, this is about more than just policy. It's about how we all show up for one another and how we create space for everyone to be heard with respect and understanding. Next slide. And so tonight, the only action that we're asking is if the City Council decides to create this subcommittee, that it be created, and you appoint members to that subcommittee. For the other items that Christine went through, it's more just any input and feedback regarding those items. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Erickson, Vice Mayor Heilman.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. A couple of things. In regards to the subcommittee, you're recommending the mayor and the vice mayor, correct?
We
Oh, sorry.
didn't- yeah, I think I took that out, recommending actual who it should be, because at our last meeting, the mayor and vice mayor got added a lot of work related to the priorities. So it could be the mayor and vice mayor, or it could be other council members. It's really up to you all to choose that.
Great. And so, are there any public commenters, Madam Mayor? Great. So we should just mix all of our fun together. Great. So I generally support this item. It's funny that most of the bad actors aren't in the audience at the moment, but that's interesting. But I have a question for the city attorney. The only way or recourse for actual actions against a council member are recall or censure by the body of the council, right?
Yes, for violations of the code of conduct, at the end of the code, there's an enforcement section, and ultimately enforcement comes amongst council members for and against actions taken by other council members.
Great. And one of those options is someone can introduce a motion to censure a colleague. No one can introduce a motion to recall. That's by the voters. But those are really the two recourses.
There's a couple others that are listed, possibly removing committee
Travel,
assignments, not allowing for travel. So a few other items are listed at the back.
And do we have like mechanisms for what that would be? So like, for example, I serve on a national board, right? And if you miss 2 meetings, you're not allowed, they don't pay for your travel anymore or something like that. Is there work done on that? I just don't have it in front of me at the moment, but is there details provided for that type of recourse?
No, they're just suggested actions of the types of reprimand that the council could impose on each other if there's a violation.
Great. I would just say that whatever the subcommittee is going to be looking at doing, they should be as specific as possible. Are you all, I know you all get a lot of emails about a lot of complaints, because a lot of people have a complaint almost every day because they, hate one of us up here in some way, shape, or form, and that comes out in a really toxic way. But are you required by law? Could you walk us through where you are required to respond to stuff and where you are not required to respond to stuff? Because I have seen complaints come in about, he looked down at his phone while I was talking, right? And I could have gotten a text from you. It happened all the time when I was mayor, because I was talking with the city clerk or with you about public hearings, right? And then it's the biggest complaint known to man, and how dare we look down to make sure the meeting's running efficiently. Is that an actual complaint that you need to now go as city attorney of the city of West Hollywood, spend 5, 6, 8 hours working on? Or where is the delineation with what we are legally required to respond to?
Well, I think I'll give you the lawyer answer.
Please.
It depends. It depends on what comes in, what it says, what the situations are. There is a provision in the code of conduct that says if as staff we can't informally address a complaint through informal counseling. We have a lot of discussions about ways people can do better and how to address the complaint. If things don't get resolved, we're supposed to talk to the mayor. If the complaint was about the mayor, we could talk to the vice mayor. And so there's different ways to handle each complaint. The code of conduct tries to set out a process, but it's really up to the council whether you want to have something more formal or less formal. Right now, it's sort of guidance for what to do, and the subcommittee can look at if they want to change that.
Great. And then the code of conduct isn't supposed to be punitive, correct? It's supposed to address the situation, figure it out, and move forward.
That's correct. That's a statement in the code of conduct that it's supposed to encourage better behavior and to get to compliance, and that's not supposed to be a punitive.
What about the abuse city staff faces from certain members of commissions, the public? I've seen some pretty choice words thrown at individuals that is really personality based. That is, I think just grotesque in every way, shape, and form. If this statement is ringing true, that we are supposed to meet in the middle and agree and have these conversations, that's great. But when the perpetrators of those egregious acts don't even know how to, I think, frankly, enact what we're trying to put forward, what is the recourse for city staff in any way, shape, and form? Because it veers on, I think, harassment at a certain point, and
I think that's the point of this item, is to bring these conversations to the forefront, come up with a shared responsibility statement, talk about these things, do more training on code of conduct. I think that's why the item is on the agenda tonight, to really reinforce what the expectations are. And I can see it on David's screen, that shared responsibility statement says so much about how everybody can participate in making communication better in the city.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman?
My question was for David, and that is the subcommittee that you're proposing, is it proposed to be an ad hoc subcommittee?
Yes, it's an
Okay.
ad hoc who would just look at the current code and make recommendations. And so it could be 1 or 2 meetings, it could be several, whatever it takes to do that.
And I know that the mayor and I have taken on a fair number of responsibilities, but I'm certainly willing to help with this if the mayor is open to that.
Very happy to do that. I just want to say I'm really grateful for this. I know as I was stepping into the role of mayor this year, these were some of the things that I asked about were, how do I get prepared for this role? What does it mean to manage the public and ourselves as a council and try to handle all of this? I know in listening to the last meeting and even tonight's meeting, all the applause in the public, I question about how to deal with this, and there's just so many things. So I appreciate the idea that a toolkit will come out and be helpful, not just for this meeting in this chamber, but all meetings that we run as a council or as a city commission advisory board meetings. I think there's a lot of questions that become clarified and a lot of ways that we approach each other that become really obvious. So when you lay things out like this, and I know that in other cities, Santa Monica, I think I saw recently, as you enter the council chambers themselves, they have a board. So I imagine that's something that you were looking at in addition to a statement on the agenda that we could point back to, should there be outbursts, that sort of thing. So I really am grateful for this. I think a lot of what we've done this year is sort of recognize that things have gotten to a strange place and offer some ideas and ways to move forward that allow us to recalibrate. And I really see this as doing that. So I'm grateful for all the effort and intention that went in. And I'll just second Vice Mayor Heilman's idea that if the ad hoc committee should form, I'm very willing to serve and step into that. Councilmember Meister, I saw you sign up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a question first for Lauren. Is there anything in the code of conduct about the oath of office? Because I can't find it if there is. And I think it's really important that our officials, whether it be, commissions or advisory boards, if they, have to have the oath of office, and council members, that what that means and that it's a real thing, right? I mean, we have someone in office in the White House who doesn't even know what it means to have the oath of office. And I think it's very important to make it very clear in the code of conduct what the oath of office means.
It's a good suggestion. It could be part of what the subcommittee looks at, maybe in the preamble or something, to remind everybody when they stepped into this role what they agreed to do.
Right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on this item?
I was just going to add, I know I talked to you about this, Madam Mayor. If the mayor and the vice mayor want another ad hoc subcommittee to go to, I'm happy to give you another ad hoc subcommittee, but I wanted to just make sure the door was at least open to you all, that if you wanted one of you to do it versus not both of you, I was also happy to make that. But if you're both nodding your heads saying, let's go for it, then I'm happy, we're happy. Okay, great. Just wanted to give you an out just in case.
We'll remember it happened.
And hopefully we can schedule it so it's right after one of our other subcommittee meetings. I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward. I don't actually agree that this is something novel because I can recall meetings from 30 years ago or 25 years ago that the behavior was fairly outrageous and contentious, but it is an issue. And my big concern is that I think we're all, adults here. We can deal with people misbehaving, but it deters other residents from participating. And we've really seen that over the last 4 or 5 years with people choosing not to come to council meetings or public hearings because of the behavior of other members of the public. So it is an issue that needs to be addressed, and I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So by approving this item, the council is establishing an ad hoc subcommittee that will be comprised of the mayor and the vice mayor. And they will look at the code of conduct and any potential changes to that, including potentially adding language in a preamble regarding the oath of office. As well as they provided feedback this evening. So with that, we will now vote. And the motion passes 5-0.
Great. We'll move to item F2, the reconvening of the Ethics Reform Task Force and reporting back on requested processes for removing appointed officials. And can I ask that we add item F8 to this discussion as well? And that would just leave us with item F7, I believe, on the rest of our agenda. Okay. So we'll take F2 and F8. F8 is the item expanding local disclosure requirements. I'll have staff do their piece of the presentation, and then F8 is Councilmember Meister's item. So we'll come over to you for anything before we deliberate.
I'm not ready.
Not yet, not yet. You'll be after staff.
Okay.
Staff first, then you.
Good.
Okay. And, oh, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. We're getting the presentation up for you now. But the item before you is a request to reconvene the Ethics Reform Task Force. And back in March, when the City Council was discussing changes to the city's commissions and advisory boards, there was also a request from the council to bring back an item to discuss a process for removing appointed officials. And so this evening, the City Attorney Lauren Langer and I will present this item. I will take most of the first half related to the Ethics Reform Task Force, and then City Attorney Langer will talk about the request for the process for removing appointed officials. My clicker's not working. Hang on one second.
I see a backup clicker traveling.
You want to go? Okay, Janet's going to go over, and I will just say, next slide. Oh, it's working, Janet. Yay. Okay. So the first recommendation before you this evening is to reconform the task force. Currently, the city's task force is comprised of Max Keenan, Joseph Guadarrama, and Elizabeth Ralston. And it would be staffed by an assistant city attorney from BBK and myself. We are also asking the council to adopt a statement of work, which would be to contract with the Fair Political Practices Commission, or FPPC, for campaign finance enforcement services, and have the task force work on amendments to the West Hollywood Municipal Code, specifically the lobbyist section, and also receive the report on the removal of appointed officials and provide direction. So there's some background on what the Ethics Reform Task Force has recommended and what the council has adopted since they were created in 2015. And the purview that they cover is governmental ethics, lobbyists, and different enforcement mechanisms. So the first item, so when we were putting this item together, we went through all of the direction the council has given since 2018 and things that were still on council initiated items. And so we're going to kind of go through and provide all of those items, what they were requesting, and what staff is currently recommending. So one of them was for the Ethics Reform Task Force to look at co-sponsorships. The council subsequently adopted a co-sponsorship policy, and so staff is recommending that this item get removed and allow this new policy to be in effect for some time, and if it works, we'll keep it as it is, and if it doesn't, then it can go back to the Ethics Reform Task Force. So by way of this item, we would be asking that this get removed from the council-initiated items. Another item that was requested was that the registered lobbyist list be added to the city's website, which has been done, so this would get removed as well. This is the biggest one. So the consideration of the lobbyist ordinance and potential amendments. The task force began talking about this in January of 2020, and we know what happened in March of 2020. And when they had that initial conversation, we had many members of the community come out to talk about this, specifically if we changed the definition of what a lobbyist is in the city. And so we are recommending as part of this that the Ethics Reform Task Force be tasked with talking about this again, and they would have 1 to 2 listening meetings to hear from the various stakeholders who may be subject to an expanded lobbyist definition, and then make recommendations to the council on potential expansions to our lobbyist ordinance. And specifically, what is meaningful transparency, and does our current lobbyist registration, is it sufficient, and does our definition really capture everyone who is lobbying either commissions or the city council? Additionally, there was an old directive to come forward with an ordinance prohibiting campaign consultants, including individuals or entities who participate in campaign management or in the development. This item came to council twice, in October of 2019 and November of 2019, and it was tabled both times. So we looked at the lobbyist registrations, and no one currently lobbying the city is or was involved in recent campaigns to our knowledge. So we're recommending that this directive get removed from pending items so it wouldn't be part of the statement of work for the task force. As we mentioned earlier, contracting with the Fair Political Practice Commission for enforcement services. So by way of this recommendation, staff would engage in negotiations with the FPPC and return with recommendations for services. This would take the enforcement or recommending items to the FPPC away from the city, and it would put enforcement in the hands of the FPPC. And in many ways, it would be more transparent, and there wouldn't be the appearance that certain people were being recommended to the FPPC rather than others. At one point, there was discussion around a public financing system. This has gone before the California Court of Appeals, and it has not been successful. We are a general law city, and so we have to, be upheld to the California Government Code. Cities that do have a public financing system typically are charter cities, and is something that's included in their charter. But as of right now, this isn't something that we can do, but we will continue to monitor this if that is the council's desire. Limitations on campaign contributions by developers. The Levine Act really solved this issue for us, and so contributions can be made up to $500 for any person who has an entitlement or contract before the city. So staff is not recommending that this is included in the statement of work and closing out this item. So to recap, based on this, staff is recommending up to 3 meetings of the Ethics Reform Task Force, which would include a contract for enforcement services with FPPC, and also consideration of amendments to the municipal code regarding lobbyist amendments. And we will stop there, and if the council wants to have a conversation about this first or move on to Lauren's part of the presentation, we'll defer to the council.
Any preference from the council?
I have comments about this, but I can do it either way. So.
I think the item F7 also has to do with, or F8 rather, has to do with FPPC and local disclosure. I think I'd like to hear from Councilmember Meister before we get into discussion.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So as the staff report, as the initiative says, sorry. as the initiative states, this item would be sent to the Ethics Reform Task Force to evaluate the existing disclosure requirements outlined in the Levine Act and recommend additional measures to be adopted locally to ensure transparency in the disclosure process. It would be looking at the amounts. For example, West Hollywood has a lower threshold on behesting than the state has. We have 1,000 versus 5,000. We may want to have 250 versus 500. But again, that would go to the Ethics Committee for them to evaluate and make recommendations. The other issue is that we have, especially during election time, we have PACs that that contribute money, a lot of money, to either support or oppose candidates, and that information is not disclosed by a candidate because the PAC is separate from the candidate. And I would like for the Ethics Committee to look at, is there a way to have disclosure, not necessarily by the council person, but somewhere, whether it is, in a staff report, in the back as an appendix, or, just something so that it is more transparent than having to go through the city's website, campaign finance section to find it. Again, happy to have the Ethics Committee look at that. And those were the main things.
I see that we do have one public commenter signed up to speak on F8 specifically, so can we go to that public commenter and then it was Anita Goswami.
Hi there. I've been a resident here since 1987 and been voting in West Hollywood elections since then. Just really briefly, where I'm really coming from is I support all of these increased efforts to improve the integrity of this city and the integrity of the people that work for this city, whether they are paid employees, whether they are elected officials, appointed officials, whoever they are. I applaud those efforts. That helps us all. If we've got clear rules and I love the idea of an oath. I love all of these things. We need more oversight. As a resident who got lots of mails in the recent election, in all elections, but especially in the recent elections, seeing a lot of those ads coming through on social media, I think that looking at transparency for the PACs is also really important for West Hollywood. We tend to think of this, or I tend to think of this on a national scale. The reality is it's happening here in our backyard, and we need to be looking at that because we're seeing that the city voices are not being heard in the city equally. We are seeing a lot of challenges in the city. So these kinds of activities to get the task force going, to be looking at the oath, looking at that code of conduct, all of these things together are improving the self-governance of the city of West Hollywood. That's what I wanted to say. I support what Council Member Meister is proposing here and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister, I wanted to go back to you. I think you said you had comments on the F2 part of this item.
Yeah, I do. And first, I want to preface it by saying I like Joe Guadarrama. This is not personal. But when Joe Guadarrama was put onto the Ethics Committee, I do not believe he was working for that particular law firm, Kaufman. And Kaufman has worked on 8 campaigns, including PACs supporting or opposing candidates in the city of West Hollywood. They are enmeshed in our elections. And so to me, regardless of good intent, there is the appearance of impropriety having someone from this law firm as part of our ethics task force. There's got to be another expert in Los Angeles, somewhere that's drivable to here, that does not have business in the city and can be objective on this task force. I can't support this task force item without changing that. Thank you.
I see Councilmember Erickson has signed up to speak.
Are these both comments and questions?
Yeah, I think we have heard from the public, and we are rolling F2 and F8 into one.
Great. Okay, I'll start with F8. I share a commitment to transparency and undoing influence in our local government, but as someone who has been working on the Levine Act issues from a local control standpoint for a number of years now, it is undergoing significant changes at the state every legislative cycle. In 2025, Senate Bill 1243 raised the threshold from 250 to 500, and right now there's even current amendments to raise it from 500 to 1,000 or to 1,500 because of the different levels that it has. Also, it excludes statewide elected officials and state assembly senate people as well. They excluded themselves, but there's even a fight to go into there. So there's a lot of different influx happening with the Levine Act, and just if you're in that circle, once the original bill author is out of office, there's even talks of killing it altogether. So there's just a lot of what's going on, and at the California contract cities level, we're even having a hard time following all the different processes, let alone then the amendments that happen at every different level that we finally get clarity. And thank you, BBK, for always trying to get out as much information. But the thing that I'm most concerned about is that it is continually unsettled framework. And so the different state of flux, I think it makes it really hard for different local governments, and I hear this every day as now the vice president of Contract Cities and being the former legislative chair. There's a lot of different issues that we don't know where it's going to happen, and individuals that go into their council meetings that have Susan that, you know, gave to them, but then under this reg, you might have to disclose yourself or recuse, but then when you get the FPPC guidance 6 months later, by the way, you didn't have to, right? And that's also the other issue. Every time the legislature amends the Levine Act or the Fair Political Practices Commission issues new guidance, cities are cities, not the state. There's no like A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3 happening, are required to essentially make nuanced, really rough interpretations of election law and campaign finance law when they're city attorneys. So for example, our city attorney can't give me election advice because I could say, this last election, we'll just use it. So-and-so gave me a contribution of $249. Well, there's an issue of they could technically be giving you $250. So there are those people, right? There's FPPC guidance in the last set of regulations that essentially said, oh no, you have to recuse yourself, but then the ruling comes out and says, oh no, you're fine, 250 is fine. But then there's the aggregate amount conversation. I mean, it's really unclear law right now. And so I'm really, really concerned about starting to tangle with the Levine Act when the Levine Act might not even be here in 2 legislative cycles from now, and it's going to be seriously amended in another year. And so that's something that we need to work on and monitor first before I think we start doing anything more. So changing, but I think the state's changing a lot of the rules midstream, and a lot of cities and their local city attorneys and city clerks are just really struggling to train staff, put out interpretation. I think our Levine Act disclosure on our agendas are only there because we put them there, but they're not required by state law, correct? That happened, I believe, this last when I became.
It's to remind council members to look at the agenda and make sure that you don't have any Levine Act disclosures.
Exactly. And that sometimes does happen when you are looking at it, and I have to look at it because I just got through an election. So, and if I'm finishing or reading an item on a Sunday night, which sometimes we are, right? No offense, this isn't criticism, but Lauren Langer's not up at any God-given time when I'm up. You have a family and children and a life, so you should not be up at 1 a.m. Neither is our city clerk. And then we are in a potential confusion of the whole next day, maybe having to table the item because we have to call the FPPC or something. So there's a lot of work that I think is still left to do on this bill. And that's not to talk about the item itself. So I just worry about getting ourselves into a situation before the definitions have been defined. Sure.
If the state even just took it off the books, does that preclude us from having a requirement?
No, we can do whatever we want.
Generally, you can have local disclosure requirements and local campaign limits. The Levine Act, as noted, is quite complicated, but yes, you can have, generally speaking.
I mean, so even if they
local
took away the Levine Act, we can ask the Ethics Task Force to look at requirements like the Levine Act and decide if that's something we would want to keep going here in the city.
I agree. I'm not saying that that's not a good or bad thing, but what the Levine Act does do, and I just want everyone to hear this, that yes, it's supposed to promote transparency and government accountability. It funnels every dollar of 250 or more, now 500 by the way, into independent expenditures, period, end of story. That candidates, so we had $500 or $1,000 limits, it's $1,000 right now. So candidates most of the time would rather have that money so they control the messaging. People want to run positive campaigns, and we all know, and I saw the list that was supplied by some of these individuals, you know, when money is funneled into dark money, that is what the Levine Act inadvertently did. It took and put all of that money into dark money PACs. The candidates do not, by law, control that. So these individuals will take all of that money because they might as well not give to anyone because it's only $500, and they'll just start giving $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, or in this last election case, 2 donations of $47,000 into a dark money PAC that no one can control. And so my biggest concern is the lack of control and transparency. I do share your transparency question about who's paying for what. I think a member of the public mentioned that because no one knows, right? But that's where the Levine Act mostly concerns me because I have seen serious dollars go into PACs. I may agree with some, I may agree with not, but we have no control. And so I think it's an inadvertent exercise and something that's not settled. That's just my commentary.
So maybe we can still look at if we are legally able to show what the PACs are spending on for transparency purposes.
I think I'm happy to reconvene the ethics task force. I think that I think that they're overdue. And I'm sorry, I'm hogging the conversation, Madam Mayor, so just hit me whenever you need to. But I also think that we need to reconvene the Ethics Commission to start looking at broader rules in general that have, I think been on the books in the city. We have an office holder account law that hasn't been updated in quite some time, right? I think that needs to be relooked at. So that's general direction I want to give tonight. I think that other cities, have no limits. Culver City has 0 limits on campaign contributions. That's something I know in the past from the 500 to 1,000 that people have looked at. But where is the contribution question in relation to that? I think the Ethics Commission needs to have another look at it. I'm happy to have the conversation about the lobbyists and all that stuff. That all is fine. Disclosure around PACs and what they're doing. It's similar to the thing that we started this last election where you have to list something.
Oh yeah, the Ethics Reform Task Force, one of their first recommendations was you have to list the top 3 donors on independent expenditure committees. And so that's in some ways to help identify who's giving the money.
Yeah, and also, something that came up that was, I think, seriously put a lot of things in jeopardy was a lot of, I don't want to say it, but, groups around the city that are not 501c4s or PACs that receive city funds, and they got involved in elections, and it was really nasty because they really risked, I think, a lot of public transparency groups. I'm not going to call out who it was or what it was, but there was some serious campaign finance violations that we didn't have recourse for. The FPPC never got back to us, but there was at a certain level, neighborhood watch groups actively participating through city funds that they get in 501c4 activity, and that's serious. And so we need to really ensure that no matter what we're doing, that if you want to be transparent, we have to also make sure people are playing by all the same rules, and I just don't see it happening. And so if we're convening it, then they got to really mean business.
Vice Mayor Hellman?
Thank you. I want to get us back to the specific recommendations that our staff and Council Member Meister has brought before us. I think it's a good idea for us to reconvene the Ethics Task Force, but I agree with Council Member Meister that we have to look at the composition of the task force. We shouldn't have anyone on the task force, as much as I like Joe as well, who is working for a law firm that is representing entities doing election work in the city. And I also saw from the staff report that it's possible that the representative of the League of Women Voters will also not be able to participate. So we're going to have to reconfigure and come up with a new composition for our ethics task force. What I would like, based on the staff report, is for the task force to look at FPPC enforcement, and as the staff report indicated, what's the appropriate threshold. And I agree with Councilmember Meister that we should look at the Levine Act, particularly based on Councilmember Erickson's concerns and comments about how it might end up being repealed. Do we want to retain that in the city of West Hollywood? Is the current dollar amount the right one for the disclosure requirements? And really, those are the only two things that I think the task force should be convened for. Those are the things. I don't agree with the PAC disclosure items, because those are not controlled by city council members. Whoever they support or oppose, that's not something that the council can control or coordinate. And sometimes there are multiple entities that are supporting some council members and not others. And I think there are also probably some First Amendment limitations on what we can do with respect to PACs that we don't control. So those would be the two things that I would support reconvening the task force for.
What about the lobbyist portion?
I think, as you described in the staff report, that's an issue that has been considered before. The council hasn't supported it, even though it was something that I had supported previously. I don't think it's necessary to ask the task force to address an issue that no longer seems to be an issue.
Councilmember Heng?
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with item F2 on the reconvening of the Ethics Reform Task Force, and I agree with what what the Vice Mayor had just stated. It is my belief that having more of our own local ordinances would create confusion and redundancy and perhaps even overregulation. The state already has expanded and clarified the Levine Act 3 times in the last couple of years. And instituting additional rules on top of that, on top of evolving state law, could lead to further confusion, legal ambiguity, and compliance burdens on staff. And I do believe that adding any additional local rules to what we already have, what is the current evidence? There's no evidence of any current abuse from what I see. There's been no public finding that West Hollywood's current implementation of the Levine Act is insufficient or has led to any ethical misconduct. So, and I believe that adding any further rules would just be a burden on staff and scope and creep. Staff has indicated that this item may require additional time and legal review, and I just don't feel that it's a necessary expenditure of staff time. Thank you.
I had a question regarding the timeliness of Joe's participation in those campaigns. It wasn't clear to me that those were recent, although I know Unite Here's work is ongoing.
So the Citizens for a Better West Hollywood, sponsored by Unite Here, and the Renters and Workers for West Hollywood, sponsored by Unite Here, was from the last election.
Oh, very recent. Okay.
Very recent. And the others were from 2017 and 2019.
That was more clear to me. So I was going to raise a question of time limits. You know, maybe some past involvement would actually be helpful, but that seems very current, and that is law firm is continued in an ongoing way. I understand that. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions about this item? It sounds like we have direction and there's becoming a motion on the table.
So can we go through the direction one more time?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we direct our city clerk to reconstitute and reconvene our ethics task force, and that we ask the task force to look at FPPC enforcement and the appropriate threshold, and look at the Levine Act disclosure requirements, and whether we want to have local requirements that mirror the state or have a lower threshold, or whether we should have our own similar Levine Act at the local level.
Can I add, as part of, I serve on the La Casa agency as an alternate, and even in my alternate capacity, that agency is, because of the Levine Act, we, on a regular basis, get a spreadsheet of everyone who's on the item ahead of the meeting that would allow us to review the spreadsheet so we can sort of see who we may not understand so clearly in the agenda, who we may be impacted. It's sort of an awkward thing as an alternate, but it's still something I have to do. So I wonder if a step like that could also be something that the ethics task force looks at, what it would mean to ensure that sort of transparency is available to the public as a step. That feels like the missing part as we're up here on a daily basis, just sort of looking through the agenda. Yeah, thank you.
For example, like on a contract, like who, with that company, who are the people in the company or on the board of directors?
That's exactly the level of the detail that the Levine Act requires. Yeah.
And we'd also have to consider the burden on staff of doing that. So
That's exactly part of it.
But I just want to reiterate that with the Levine Act, unless there's a financial aspect to it, a board of director doesn't count. It's a different body. So I'm just saying, like, even then we're getting into confusion. And so I was going to ask the maker of the motion if we could do these one by one, because I support your original motion, but I don't support expanding the Levine Act at this time because I just think there's too much uncertainty around it. So I would like to just do these one at a time and then go from there. If you'd be willing to do that.
Or maybe what we do is we separate it and we don't call it the Levine Act because that is a state law, and we talk about local disclosure requirements that the city of West Hollywood wants to enact or not enact, and take the Levine Act conversation out of it potentially.
Well, and the task force can then look at what are the existing state requirements, and is it necessary for the city to have our own local requirements, or are the state requirements adequate?
Does that make?
I'm not supporting it, so
Okay.
I mean, I was going to do it one by one. I don't think you can get around the boundaries of the Levine Act there. You want to go further than what you did. You're going to get the Ethics Commission to meet, and they're going to say, here's A through Z on what you can do, and then I promise you in a month, the state legislature is going to move the football. So it's not the time to do that yet. I think there needs to be a pause on that until, especially after this, there's several bills about the Levine Act right now going through committee. So I just think I support the first implementation of reconvening, what you're saying. I just think the Levine Act yet is not settled law, and I think we're going to do something. We're going to get a lot of staff time and the public's time, and I think we're just going to have to then come back and do it again. So I would just say it's time for a pause until we know what's happening with that
I'm
law.
fine with separating my motion, so I'll withdraw my current motion and move that we reconstitute and reconvene the task force and have them, number one, look at FPPC enforcement and the appropriate threshold. And after we vote on that motion, if there's a second for that, I'll make a second motion.
May I just ask a question? Does that include also potentially finding additional new members?
Yes,
Okay,
so
just to be clear.
reconstitute and reconvene, yes.
Is there any way we can add revisiting office holder accounts?
I don't think that was actually agendized as part of these items, but
Well, that's no comment to the, not the motion maker, but the agenda item maker, is that I didn't really, and thank you very much, Councilmember Meister, I didn't really know what your agenda item was proposing, and so it seems fairly broad to me to reconvene the Ethics Commission and give them additional direction at this time. I mean, the city attorney, when in our conversation, no one seemed to know what the item was about, just but reconvene the Ethics Commission and give them direction. So I'm just wondering what we need to do.
Can we start with why don't we start with the first motion, and then we can talk about what else the task force can look at. We'll start with the first one.
So the motion on the floor is to reconstitute and reconvene the Ethics Reform Task Force and have them look at FPPC enforcement and thresholds. Is that correct? Okay.
correct.
And the motion passes 5-0.
I'll make a second motion, and that is to direct the task force to also look at the State Levine Act and whether it makes sense to have a lower threshold in the city, or whether it makes sense for the city to have its own disclosure requirements, separate from the state requirements.
Is there a second for that motion?
Yeah.
And we will start voting on that.
And then I'll try one third motion here, and that is if it is fairly raised by the agenda items, to ask the task force to also look at whether there are any reforms that need to be made to our rules regarding office holder accounts.
Yeah, I think the statement of the subject is broad enough. It says we'll consider reconvening the task force to review ethics reforms for elected officials, appointed officials, staff, and those doing business in the city. I think the recommendations came from staff because that's what was on the work plan before. But I do think now is the moment to tell the task force what to do so they can use their meetings well, and those are publicly noticed meetings with agendas. So I think you can add relevant topics to the task force statement of work tonight.
So that would be including what Councilmember Erickson said, and then reducing the lobbyist thing. Is that all you had?
Well, the lobbyist thing has already been removed.
And that was the only other thing, was office holder?
So if that's a motion, I'm happy to make that.
It was the motion.
It's already, it's already, okay, there we go.
Okay. And that motion passes 5-0. So we will look at individuals. We have a short list of people that we plan to reach out to. And so I'm not sure what the timeline will be on them getting back to us, but we'll come back to the council with our proposed reconstituted Ethics Reform Task Force for the council's consideration. And now we'll move to the second part of this item.
That was already
switch back to our.
No, there's an item
No,
about
there's-
I was just
removal
gonna give a
of
report.
commissioners.
Yeah. On the rabbit hole with the Ethics Reform Task Force, do we have to get to the second part of
The
the
process
item?
is for removing.
Would you like a report? All the information is in the staff report. The council had asked staff to report back when the reappointment process started on what the process is for removing officials. I can give you the report, or you can just receive and file what is in your report.
Receive and file.
I think receive and file.
I think we should hear it so that way the advisory board members and the commissioners can actually hear it.
But they would be trained on this process as part of their trainings every year, the advisory board and commission members?
Yes, it's actually something we've been talking about recently because I think there was a little bit of confusion with appointed officials. The appointment process is so formal, and sometimes the removal process can feel less formal because it happens for direct appointees between an appointing council member and their appointed official. So we've talked about adding that to their training and being very clear what the process is for appointment and removal. And the recommendation from staff and the staff report is no change based on the framework.
That serves my needs well. There aren't appointed officials in the room tonight, but if you wanted to hear the item, we could still do that, Councilmember Hang.
Know that there's going to be people at home watching this item, so it'd be beneficial for them to hear it.
Proceed with the presentation then, please, City Attorney.
Okay, can you back up, please? One more, I think. Okay. So a city council has broad authority to appoint boards and commissions. It's part of the sub-government of the city. The city council has all the authority, and then you can delegate down to different boards and commissions to provide advisory work to you. The powers, duties, and methods of appointment should be established by the City Council, and the City Council can adopt non-discriminatory criteria for membership on its boards and commissions. So the way the framework works right now is the boards and commissions have direct appointees that serve at the pleasure of their specific appointing council member. As political appointees, other city council members, those who did not make the appointment, do not have a mechanism to remove directly those appointed officials that were appointed by another council member. And then many of the boards and commissions also have at-large appointees, and those are selected and appointed by a city council majority, at least 3 affirmative votes. For this reason, they must be removed by a city council majority, and we saw earlier tonight some of those at-large appointments being made. So removal of an at-large appointee would have to be placed on a public agenda by either staff or a council member after unsuccessfully remedying the problematic behavior. So one of the things we talked about earlier tonight in the code of conduct item was what happens if a complaint comes in about an appointed official. And as we noted in the earlier item, the complaint comes in, it's reviewed by city manager, city attorney, sometimes the city clerk, because she is the liaison to all the boards and commissions, and we meet with the commissioner, the official who had the complaint filed against them, and we counsel them on how to improve their behavior. If that is unsuccessful, which has not been the case, but if it were unsuccessful, then removal of an at-large appointee would have to be placed on a public agenda if we couldn't fix the problematic behavior. Before removing an appointed official and placing those complaints and allegations on a public agenda, the city would also need to provide the official an opportunity to clear their name and respond. And that could make for some uncomfortable and difficult public meetings to have these sort of back and forth in the public sphere. So the City Council may consider amending the Code of Conduct to provide for other remedies for appointed officials, such as prohibiting the official from attending meetings for a period of time, where they would lose their stipend, censure at a public meeting, or other remedies that the council deems appropriate. As noted, that any of these remedies that were to take place in public would require providing the official an opportunity to respond and clear their name. As we've noted with many of these situations, there's often, different factors that lead to certain behavior, different perspectives on what happened, and so they can be kind of difficult to unpack. And those conversations happen really well in the private sector, where we're talking about it and talking about behavior and talking about expectations, but in a public meeting, I think it could be unpleasant and uncomfortable. Next slide. So at the moment, given that most of your appointees are direct appointees, the decision of whether or not to remove lies directly with the directly appointing council member, and any at-large appointees would have to be removed in public because they were appointed by 3 of you. So the process seems to be working. We haven't had a lot of situations where someone needed to be removed and wasn't, or someone had behavior that was problematic, that wasn't changed after counseling. So at the moment, staff does not recommend any changes at this time. And this report was provided, as I noted, just in response to the council asking for a report back on removal of appointed officials.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Heilman, are you signed up to speak, or is that lingering? Okay. Councilmember Hang, same old? Okay.
Have we removed anybody before?
From an at-large appointment? Not that I can remember.
This was a receive and file, as you
Receive and
said,
file.
so no direction needed, no vote really even needed.
Unless you wanted to change, to direct us to bring back changes to the
What I
practice.
heard was that in the code of conduct could be amended, and I know that that's going to be something that the ad hoc committee looks at, so we can take it up at that time.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Does that make it through all the votes, all the parts, all the many pieces of 2 items?
We got all the parts,
We
all the
did it.
pieces.
Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
F2, F8, done. We'll go back to F7.
Yes.
The initiation of a Sunset Strip strategic plan. Over to you, Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So the point of this is that the Sunset Strip seems to not have any vision or direction. And as you know, the Sunset Specific Plan was adopted in 1996. And, we realize that that is outdated. And, I think 4 or 5 years ago, or I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, we talked about let's just look at projects, case by case. But what happens with that is that you really don't have a plan of what Sunset Strip should look like. And I think that we need to have a strategic plan so that we have a direction and a vision, whatever that may be. It's not knowing that staff has a very busy schedules for the next year or two. We, said, okay, it doesn't have to start tomorrow, but let's put it out there so that we can think about things in that context and start thinking about really, having a vision for the Strip, because things that were going to be built haven't been built. We see a lot more billboards. Residents may or may not like that. We also see development projects being approved and then they don't happen. So we really need to think about what is going to revitalize the Strip.
Thank you.
That's it in a nutshell.
I don't see any public commenters signed up. I saw this item and was really excited by the idea of what it means to really have a conversation about Sunset Strip. We know from public comment it's desired, but then in thinking about what plans we had conducted recently between the WeHo 40 strategic plan, the economic study, and then the Sunset Arts and Advertisement plan, I had wondered if what we were initiating was something that was already done in ways, but maybe not organized in such a way that tells the story around Sunset Strip in a way that we can really digest. And I think the Rainbow District item that we just saw, which was initiated as a specific district conversation, folded really well into the economic study and then the WeHo 40 strategic plan, but it was a really specific corridor. So I think what you're doing is great. I don't know that a strategic plan and that big of a thing is what's maybe needed, but I don't know that. I think we're maybe trying to harness all the resources that have already been created, and also at the point in time that you're talking about initiating this, maybe a couple years down the road in a budget cycle, we may be at a different place and something will be needed. But I'm cautious about launching into a strategic plan with so much of what has already been generated. I do think there's something that's needed to help us tell that story of Sunset Strip a little bit better, though.
So, and I agree with you that we have, economic development plan that's happening, and is it Vision 2050 or whatever strategic plan we have, and all of those will help inform this. But neither of those plans are specific to the Sunset Strip, and because the Sunset Strip is such an iconic, culturally relevant street for this city, I think it's important that we give it that special attention, just like, the Rainbow District.
My other question or consideration would be the Sunset bid that just came back into formation and how this fits into place. So I think there's a lot of different pieces coming into form. And I do note that this is about a future item. So it's not into this current year, but looking at a future budget cycle. So Vice Mayor, I'll pass it over to you.
Well, I appreciate the item. I don't agree with it in certain aspects. I think we're all concerned about the Sunset Strip and how it doesn't seem to have the same life that it did previously, and we want to make sure that it is a vibrant center for our community. I don't think it is really a zoning issue. And a lot of what you're suggesting here is a community engagement process to talk about the zoning. And that to me is not really the problem. As you said, the problem is developments that are approved and not built. I think the problem is that we have lost our edge in terms of the music venues up there. I don't think our bid has been that successful in marketing in the kind of broad way that we would like. So I support doing something on Sunset, but I don't think what this is encompasses what I would like to see done. I would suggest that we actually refer this to our staff to come back with some ideas on how we can move forward with the Sunset Strip and create and revive the experience there and get things built that have already been approved, which isn't exactly what you're proposing. So I can't support it as it is, but I could support us doing something up there.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think we were all trying to better understand how we can reinvigorate the Sunset Strip. I'm in agreement with Vice Mayor Heilman, and I think, frankly, I don't think it is a zoning issue, and I think, frankly, we're getting into some different waters if we go that route. So I'm not in support of this at its current iteration, and I think if we're going to significantly invest in staff time in this as the item presents itself, that I would rather take Vice Mayor Heilman's approach and move forward that way.
Councilmember King?
Thank you, Mayor. I am also in agreement with the Vice Mayor. I do appreciate the spirit of the item. I just don't think it's ready for prime time yet, especially with a zoning issue. So if it were up to me, I would like to punt this back to staff to come back with the council with some options that we can explore further. Thank you.
So it doesn't, okay. But I do want to look back, and maybe this is something we can work on, Councilmember Meister. I appreciate the intention, and I know the community's been asking for a lot of support for the Sunset Strip. But that is that.
Yeah, and the thing that I would add is I don't want us to wait for 2 years for a budget cycle. I want to see, are there things that we could do currently without waiting that long?
Okay. And do you need anything else, or do you want to add anything in closing?
No,
okay.
I'd say don't bother voting on
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Okay. Okay, that's that.
Can we give direction to staff at least?
Would you like
Yeah,
to?
I would make a motion that we give direction to staff to look at this item and to come back to the council with some options for how we can move forward with reinvigorating the Sunset Strip.
And I would say that this isn't all about zoning. I have about the economic development and urban design and architecture studio and communications, and I think that what we have to focus on is also making the Sunset Strip, we have to talk about placemaking, right? So that people want to actually be there.
That's right. Thank you.
Oh, I
Yeah,
have to
it
push
sounds-
the button. Okay, sorry.
Great.
And the motion passes 5-0 to direct staff to come back with ideas on revitalizing the Sunset Strip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not believe we have any items on excluded consent tonight, so we'll move into our final public comment period. And I don't believe we have any public signed up.
We
So
do
we can
not.
move into council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Who would like to begin?
Happy to go, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. In terms of meetings I have attended, I stopped by the California Resources for WeHo Business webinar. I attended the California Contract Cities Executive Board meeting and annual seminar where I was sworn in as the next vice president. I attended the Older Adults Advisory Board televised meeting. Congrats to them, as well as the awardee. I attended the Cal Cities LGBTQ caucus meeting and the WeHo Mishka Festival. Congrats to staff and all of the great work that they've done and did. It was a lot of fun. And this community was very happy. Just a couple of comments. One, I've been getting a number of emails and texts about the gas generating lights at the city parks, specifically from one this morning of how the one that's on the ground floor right here is just filling up the parking garage with fumes. And so I would like to, and I'm happy to bring back an item, but I do think we need to replace the gas-powered electric lights, and I won't go further than that because I know things and are in flux there. But if there are alternative, more green-friendly or climate-friendly options to keeping the lights on, literally and figuratively, without I think I still have the photo, but it was just, the smoke was pretty evident. So it was, if we could just find, I don't know, my colleagues all agree, we won't say it's an agenda item and the city attorney's looking at me already. But I just think that we've heard a lot of complaints about them, so whatever we could do to figure that out. And then I do want to swing back on my comment on some of the public comments regarding the sober free zones at the Pride Festival. This has been and is integral to the city of West Hollywood. My understanding is they only have one booth that's very small, not multiple like it was every year. I just think that we can all probably agree there's plenty of space on Santa Monica Boulevard. Give them a couple more booths, figure it out, and expand the footprint for the sober free zone. If it's IPS or whatever, Institute for Public Strategies, Sizzle, the Phoenix, whoever it is, it cannot just be one booth. Our sober community deserves more than that. It is critical to saving lives. And I agree with what Commissioner Palmieri, speaking on his personal behalf, of course, agreed. So whoever, Cleo, Meg, you do a great job, but the footprint needs to be expanded, and that's just unacceptable. So I would hope that my colleagues would agree to pushing forward and expanding that zone in the coming weeks. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hang?
Thank you, Mayor. As far as my meetings and attendance reports, I swore in Chloe Corcoran to the Transgender Advisory Board. I attended the Classical Night concert, Russian Community Awards. I swore in Jonathan Cottrell to the Public Facilities, Recreation, and Infrastructure Commission. I attended the Contract Cities Association. I attended the WeHo Mishka Festival. And today I got the opportunity to tour the WeHo Works Career Resource Center in the library and the West Hollywood Recovery Center and the Log Cabin. These three partner organizations do great work in our city, and I'm looking forward to the remodel of the Log Cabin and, of course, eventually the Recovery Center. Piggybacking off of what Councilmember Erickson just said, I do appreciate Commissioner Palmieri coming tonight to express his thoughts on sober events. And as a social worker, I do want to, outwardly voice my support for our recovery community. So that's why it was important to me to tour the Recovery Center and the Log Cabin today. So I want to thank staff for organizing that. And actually, I also wanted to thank staff for the organizational structure update and the creation of the new transportation divisions. It's a good first start to help alleviate stressors on staff. And last but not least, I want to say thank you again to David for everything. I wish you much love, luck, and success.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister?
Thank you, Mayors. I participated in the Classical Night Concert Community Awards and the Mishka Festival Welcome. Don't have a lot of other comments except to say that tomorrow West Hollywood Building and Safety is having an open house at City Hall Courtyard from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then May 22nd, Harvey Milk Day, kicking off Pride at WeHo Park South Lawn, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm hoping Pickle will be there. And just want to wish everyone a happy Pride, and we'll be out there.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Heilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended various community events, including the Classical Night Concert, the Mishka Festival. I want to thank both Eugene and Agassi and our city staff for their hard work in organizing that. And I know Pride is coming up, and I know staff is going to be working very hard, and so are our public safety partners. And I look forward to being out there and celebrating. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you all for a great meeting tonight. Thank you to the members of the public and our staff, of course, for a great meeting. My attendance, in addition to many wonderful community events, I participated in the LGBTQ caucus meeting with Cal Cities. I was at Contract Cities for just a minute. Sorry to miss those of you who I did. I was at the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency Tenant Protections Ad Hoc Committee and the Metro Service Council's Meet and Confer meeting, which was focused on joint development. Very exciting to hear about their 10,000 homes plan on Metro property. For my comments, Pride is around the corner. Cannot believe it's kicking off this week, although I know it's kicked off in many parts of this region already. I want to thank you all on this dais for the support with the non-discrimination ordinance tonight. I know this is just a first step, but as the federal administration especially is targeting queer families and individuals, ensuring these protections means ensuring greater certainty for families here in our community and of course beyond, thanks to the inspiration West Hollywood is constantly providing. I wanted to just uplift and recognize in solidarity the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, Ross Baraka, who was detained as part of a demonstration against ICE by ICE. It was quite a scary incident, and as folks, including elected officials, are putting their bodies on the line across the country in solidarity with the people who are wrongfully detained, we recognize the mayor of Newark and appreciate his efforts. And I know tonight, well, in May, we continue the recognition of Jewish Heritage Month, and our friends at the Jewish Free Loan Association wanted to make sure that we uplift their resources and support for community. Eligibility guidelines are online, but the basic parameters are that you have to be a permanent resident in LA, Ventura, Santa Barbara, or beyond, and have proof of income and state ID. But this is a really important resource that provides short-term financial relief while promoting long-term stability and dignity for communities. And I appreciate them for reaching out and making sure we uplift this resource here tonight. And again, thank you all for a great meeting. It's an exciting month ahead with all the Pride activities, and we hope to see you out enjoying the community. Thank you all. Have a great night. We'll see you back here on June 9th for our next City Council meeting, Council Chambers at 6 p.m.
Show up, bring a pen and paper and an open mind. Be willing to learn and to hear other perspectives, and come with a perspective of community, because that's what we're building here.